Good morning, everyone. All right, so welcome to the candidate nominating convention for the Libertarian Party of Michigan. I will call to order now at 9:01 a.m. So we start off our program for today with some opening remarks. I think probably a lot of people might not be aware of all the circumstances that have kind of led us here. Might have expected to see Tim Yao to be chairing the convention. So to give some background to that, I'll start off with some opening remarks. So following the national convention in Reno and then the initial meeting of our executive committee here in Michigan, there was changes to the platform that were found disagreeable by some of the members of our executive committee and ultimately led to the submission of resignations by several members of our executive committee. Those resignations included our former chair and first vice chair, Tim Yao and Ben Bourne, leaving me as the second vice chair, being the highest ranking officer remaining in office of the board. So after getting news of those resignations, I went into some research to identify what is the correct handling of those events per our bylaws and other governing documents, and was quite a complex and convoluted ordeal. So in that process, discovered, unbeknownst to any of the current members of the board, that our executive committee in the past had an incorporation under the Michigan Nonprofit Corporation Act that was done in 2005 and had been renewed up until recent times on the required schedule, per my understanding. And with that came existence of a set of corporate bylaws and an articles of incorporation that gave some requirements in the party. There's a lot of question about the applicability of those documents. And in that research of identifying the correct handling, I sought the advice from several different parliamentarians and ultimately of an attorney who works in political law and nonprofit corporation law in Michigan. So we had a lot of disagreements within the board, a lot of back and forth, but I believe in pursuing that. It was in the spirit to pursue, under the authority of acting as chair, the correct understanding of all of our governing documents and trying to identify what was the correct and best course for handling the situation of all these resignations. So ultimately, we ended up to have a brief consultation with the attorney. That was needed because in feedback from parliamentarians who are the credentialed authority on matters of Robert's rules and generally the bylaws as they govern the party and are certified with the National Association of Parliamentarians to recognize that qualification. In talking to those people, it was made clear that any registered parliamentarian is not authorized to comment on any matter relating to a legal question. So in the case where there is any question of law in place before a parliamentary interpretation, a registered parliamentarian is prohibited from giving opinions on those matters without having first received the input from an attorney who is qualified to speak on those legal matters. So we had our hands relatively tied in this situation for identifying the correct handling per the parliamentarians with a roadblock in place to get advice from an attorney. So in the responsibilities of chair, I sought and negotiated terms to retain an attorney, presented that to our board, and ultimately was not approved. And a alternative approach was done that we ended up having a short consultation with the attorney, which occurred last week. In that, we had some of our legal questions answered that did clarify some of the matters before the state, and others were not entirely answered. So we kind of left that with a partial understanding of that situation where we got some of the legal interpretations made, but ultimately still some kind of obstacles that muddy the waters for that. Based on all those inputs and consultations, my understanding of our governing documents is such that when the resignations were submitted, they needed to be accepted per the authority given by our bylaws and by Robert's rules. And ultimately, those interpretations of those rules demand that those be accepted at a convention. It could not be handled by our executive committee in advance. So it is my understanding that at the current time, I am the second vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, serving as the acting chair in the absence of our elected chair and first vice chair. So that is the authority with which I have conducted all the activities that have been going on since these resignations were submitted on June 15th. Excuse me, you are not authorized to speak right now.
You're lying.
Excuse me, you are not, no, this is not the case. You are not authorized to speak and you are out of order. So with all of that, I believe that the actions that have been taken as far as conducting the business of the party since these resignations have been the correct actions. The consideration that elections should be held today, I've been advised is out of order due to lack of notice. I'll go into more detail on that. You are out of order. You are out of order. Please be silent. You are out of order. So, please, let's see. You're out of order. Be quiet. So, I'll conduct the business today with what I understand to be the correct understanding of the governing documents of our party. Obviously, we have a contentious question in front of the body today about how to handle these resignations and the correct course. And so I would ask the body to make sure that you have taken into account the full weight of all those decisions as they go forward. One of the things that has been commonly portrayed in this is that these objections to proceeding as desired by several members of the party is about political maneuvering or nitpicking of rules to try to hold on to authority as chair in the party, and that is simply not the case. Our governing documents with Robert's rules in particular hold notice requirements to be one of the highest priority and most important issues that can be put before the body. Excuse me, you are out of order. You are out of order. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. You are out of order. So the question at hand comes to whether or not we can hold these elections out of the rights for our members and their ability to choose whether they want to be here to participate in this convention. Those notice requirements exist for a very important reason. The membership of the Libertarian Party of Michigan has the right to know what business will be put before it and have that decision made for themselves, taking into account all the information about what business will be done. The circumstances of these resignations, unfortunately, are such that these resignations were given well after all of our local affiliates that selected delegates to this convention had selected their delegates, and well after many members of the party had already had to make their decisions about whether or not to attend to participate in the business. They made those decisions based on the notice of our convention that's defined in our bylaws that this was a candidate nominating convention. There's no precedent in place that suggests that this should be done to hold elections at this convention today. And given the timing of when those resignations occurred, there is no grounds that establish those as having been sufficiently noticed for the membership to hold those elections. So,
since the agenda was not submitted and it wasn't,
excuse me, you are out of order and do not have the floor. You may speak later.
it's able to be conducted by this body.
So, the members from the floor are speaking of matters that were conducted in executive session, so I cannot comment further on those to refute their claims. It is my hope that the body will vote today to open those records so that they can be disclosed to all members of the party and people can see the statements made by the attorney, because I believe that will prove my case and show that this is the correct course of action for the party based on consultation with legal experts and parliamentary experts. Furthermore, in the consideration of this handling of these resignations, it's been found that we have very significant problems in our bylaws that we very much need to address with the highest urgency. So that was again part of the consideration to consult these experts. while we have a great number of very intelligent and knowledgeable people on things like parliamentary procedure, we have had those people working on these implementation of these bylaws in the past, and we have these problems nonetheless. So it is my contention that for the future of the party, it will be of great value to retain professional and credentialed support to address those problems and update our bylaws at our next opportunity to do so. So with that, I will wrap up my opening remarks of the day.
Mr. Chair,
ready,
point of personal
credentials-
privilege.
Yes.
We had requested that the petition that I circulated that was signed by 51 Libertarians calling for elections as permitted by our bylaws be included in the convention packet. It was not. I'd just like to make people aware that we had 51 signatures. There's maybe 70 people in this room, and there was that additional assertion of authority for holding elections.
The petition that was submitted under Article 6, Section 4 Article 6, Section 3, I believe, that calls for the party to organize a convention within 45 days of submission of signatures of 10% of the party. A further bylaw that applies to consideration of that petition is Article 6, Section 4.4, which says that any convention must be held with 30 days' notice. The petition that was circulated specifically called for a convention to be held approximately 9 days or close to that, forgive me if I'm off, called for an additional convention to be held in addition to the one scheduled for today on the same day. That makes that petition out of order in numerous manners, that it did not meet the 30 days requirement, and there's further provisions in Robert's rules that prohibit conventions from being combined for multiple matters. So that petition was out of order, and
Well,
the matter is not appealable because it is not having two opinions reasonable for it. That is clearly out of order per our bylaws and will not be heard. So with that, I will turn over, I will turn over the microphone to our Credentials Committee Chair to attend to our credentials report.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful night's sleep and was excited to see the day ahead of us. At this point, we have 60 delegates. 31's a majority, 40 is 2/3, and 7/8 is 53. That's my report.
Move to approve the credentials report. Second.
Okay, need a motion to accept the report as presented, delegate?
Already moved
Okay.
and seconded.
Okay, all those in favor of accepting the credentials report as submitted? Aye. Opposed? All right, accepted. Yeah, I don't have that list, Larry. needs to bring that up. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now that we have considered the credentials report, the next matter of business on our agenda today is the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to amend by substitution the agenda that I have forwarded to our secretary this morning.
Can we get the original agenda on screen first, and then who does the screen controls?
Second.
Can you display either the initial one first, or if you can put both of them on screen? Can you display both? Or start with the original agenda? Does every table have a copy of the convention packet or available to the links from the website to view the original proposed agenda? Does anybody not have a copy, either in paper or electronic copy of the original proposed agenda? All right, if no one objects, I will assume that everyone has a copy of the original, and you can view the motion amendment copy on the screen. So in response to the motion to amend the agenda by substitution, I'm obligated as chair to rule that motion out of order.
Mr. Chair, I haven't had an opportunity to
Excuse me.
speak on my motion.
You have submitted that in advance, and, all right, go ahead, speak.
Yeah, it was very clear to me after the last executive committee meeting that the attorney advised us the delegates have the power to do as we choose today. And this agenda that I have proposed has elections to fill all of the vacancies on the LEC right now. It has been proposed that we could do that during open floor as well, potentially. However, adopting this agenda will allow us to proceed with business today for those elections, get that out of the way, and then move on to nominating our candidates this afternoon and taking care of the real business that this party needs.
Okay, having heard that, I will proceed as indicated. It is my obligation as chair to respect the governing documents and particularly Robert's rules of our party, and therefore I must rule this proposed amendment out of order.
Appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Excuse me, I'm not finished. The proposed agenda is ruled out of order on the basis that it is in violation of notice requirements, specifically Roberts 4758. Notice of filling any vacancy in an office, including a vacancy in an executive board or executive committee, must always be given to the members of the body that will elect the person.
Notice was given by Dave Canny.
Unless the
Thank you, sir.
bylaws or special rules of order clearly provide otherwise. This is further supported in Roberts with section 5632. The method of filling vacancies may also be provided. Unless the bylaws clearly provide otherwise, notice of filling a vacancy in office must always be given to the members of the body that will elect the person to fill it. If the bylaws are silent as to the method of filling a vacancy in the specific case of the presidency, the vice president, or first vice president, automatically becomes the president for the remainder of the term, and the vacancies to be filled rise to the vice presidency at the lowest ranking.
So that
Another
contradicts your
is
opinion that you're not the
presidency is
actual
decided.
chair.
It must be
Which
prescribed.
citation are you
Excuse
using?
me, you're out of order. If another method of filling a vacancy is desired, it must be prescribed as specified in applying to the office of the president in particular. Our party bylaws do not specify any such matter. We have Article 3, Section 10 in our bylaws that speaks to superseding measures in case of removal. They are completely silent on the case of a resignation. Additionally, we have provided in our bylaws in Article 6 for conventions, Section 4, subsection 4, the executive committee shall notify every Libertarian Party of Michigan and Michigan resident, National Libertarian Party member whose dues were current within the last 3 years of the convention.
This is nothing but a stalling tactic right now.
No less than the 30 days prior to the convention, notification shall be made by at least one of the acceptable modalities.
He's disrupting the proceedings.
So these measures are out of order per the notice requirements in our bylaws and in Robert's rules that are firmly demonstrated, and it is not within our governing documents to hold elections for vacancies that are made in today's meeting. You must give notice to the body. Any election that is held in opposition to that is going to be found invalid. These measures that are put forth in this proposed agenda are very likely to incur the situation that Michigan becomes the next Delaware, becomes the next Massachusetts, where we have a contested leadership of the party, and likely to be escalated to those levels and cause major disruptions in our otherwise execution of our party goals. So in light of all of that, it is very clear that there's a large percentage of the body that wishes to proceed with these matters despite the guidance that it is against our bylaws to do so, and therefore not within the authority of our convention or any other party of this body to execute those maneuvers. So the contentions from our attorney that that was acceptable is ignoring the statements made by the attorney in the same meeting that any such measures would be in order, but that he specifically did not consider notice requirements. And he specifically further qualified those statements to say that this is all if this is not against the bylaws. So those measures apply to the matter that he mentioned, and therefore the logic used to say that this is in order is invalid. So, yes.
Mr. Chairman, have you finished with your ruling?
That is the finish of the ruling, and I have some follow-up, but it's a separate matter, so you can see.
Okay. Well, I think that, you know, in the interest of time and all of our desire to get on with business, I would like to make a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair.
So, all right, that is by the provisions in Roberts that by the stated citations of that being in violation of our bylaws, Under Roberts 39.3, I just cited several of them. Under Roberts 39.3, a motion to appeal is dilatory if there cannot possibly be two reasonable opinions. So,
Mr. Chairman, that,
in light of that
the
consideration.
body always has
Excuse
the
me.
right to decide.
Excuse me. It's unreasonable because it is clearly demonstrated in our bylaws. And
Well,
as I've
normally
seen
we-
here,
we-
excuse me,
we'd
I'll
appeal
finish. And
that
we'll address
now.
this will address your concern, I believe.
We can appeal that now that you've
I
decided it's dilatory.
recognize that, and I have a proposal that I think will address your concern amicably.
Okay.
So in light of the fact that as chair, my obligation is to not entertain such a motion that is in clear violation of our bylaws, and in light of the fact that likely a majority of the body wishes to pursue that motion regardless, my intention is to offer that I will step down upon the vote of the body to be replaced as convention chair, so you can select a new chair. So because I am giving my consent to that motion, it will not take a 2/3, it will only take a majority vote, which would be the same vote threshold to achieve that. So I would open the floor if you guys wish to make such a motion to replace me as the convention chair, and you may proceed with business as that person sees fit. But I will give the statement that if pursuing these actions, it will be done at the risk and the responsibility of the persons carrying out that business and the people making those motions, and I will not participate in elections that are not founded in our bylaws. So the floor is open to entertain such a motion.
Motion to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Your appeal is not well taken, but you may motion to elect a replacement convention secretary.
And you're going to call that out of order because our bylaws specifically do not allow us to elect a chair, and you know that.
Yes.
And that's why you're doing this,
I'm
which is
ruling-
extremely
I'm ruling
manipulative.
the motion
And I
to
think this
adopt the
body
agenda-
needs to understand
Excuse me,
what you're
You're out of
doing.
order. Be seated. Does anyone wish to make a motion to elect a replacement convention chair?
You should do so.
This is a ploy, just so you guys know, this is a ploy. Appeal the ruling
I
of
will
the
not
chair.
hear a motion. Your motion is dilatory because it is clearly against our bylaws, as I've cited.
It's not against the bylaws. I
I've
appeal the
cited
ruling of the
multiple
chair.
bylaws. Your appeal is not well taken because it is dilatory. I will not hear it under Roberts 39.3. You have to specify a replacement, I believe. Or I believe the correct procedure would be motion to remove the convention chair and elect a replacement. If anyone wishes to make such a motion, I will hear it.
At this point, I introduce a motion.
Okay,
to
we have the
Joe
motion.
Brungart to replace Adam Chatterton as convention chair.
Okay. Second. We have a motion seconded. The motion is to replace me as convention chair with Mr. Joe Brungart to carry out the rest of the business of the convention. Would anyone like to speak to that motion?
I would. I think it's clear based on how this has proceeded so far and the talking points that we've heard from the interim chair at this point, where up until this morning, he contended entirely that he was the chair in fact, not that he was acting as chair. It's only this morning when he started speaking after 9 o'clock that he changed his position in front of this body to suggest that he was not the actual chair. I submit to you that Mr. Chatterton is certainly not acting in good faith and has not been acting in good faith since Tim Yout, well, frankly, since probably he was elected as second vice chair. But the actions that he's conducted over the last several weeks warrant his replacement entirely, not just as the chair of the convention body.
Call the
Anyone
question.
else like to speak? All right, we have a motion to call the question. Is there any opposition? All right, hearing no opposition, I will take the question as called. So that will open the floor to a vote on the matter to replace me as convention chair by Mr. Joe Brungart. Given the nature, I would like to have a standing vote, and if that can be recorded on the video stream to capture that for record. So if you are in favor to replace the convention chair with Mr. Joe Brungart, please stand in support. Let me see here. I'm not sure if some of the people around the borders are standing in support of the vote or just standing. I'm assuming you're in support of the vote. I believe I counted 36 votes in that. If anyone cares to check that, you are welcome to. So prior to going into too much detail, if we can have everyone in support, please sit. And we will count those in opposition. Well, if it's not close, the count doesn't matter. We'll go back if we need to. All right, please be seated if you are in support, and please rise if you oppose the replacement of the convention chair. All right. It appears that there is a clear majority, so the motion to replace the convention chair with Mr. Joe Brungart will pass. I will hand the gavel.
All right, the time is 9:32. We have 3 minutes left to approve an agenda. Would anyone like to make a motion related to that agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt by substitution the proposed agenda that you yourself had submitted to the secretary this morning.
Is there any debate on that question?
I would just speak that the officers and so forth be moved to after the nomination so that we make sure that we get our nominations taken care of first.
Is that a motion?
I would so move that, I don't have the agenda in front of me, but basically your morning block and the afternoon block, I think, be reversed.
We have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. Mr. Secretary, do you have the ability to make that change offhand, or would you like to require it in writing? Daniel, Ziemba, do you have the ability to make that change quickly, or do we need someone else to submit it in writing to accept it? Do you need an Excel version of the agenda that I sent you?
Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, can I go speak against the motion?
We need to make the emotion known to the body before we can have a debate. Okay, while the secretary is displaying on the screen what the amendment will be, sir, would you like to speak to your motion to amend? If so, please come to the mic. Thank you.
I would just call a question.
I didn't hear what he said.
Okay, we need the amendment to be visible on the screen in order for the body to be able to know what they're voting on.
No discussion. I also wanted to speak against the motion.
The question has been called and seconded, so we won't have an opportunity to debate.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Is it in order for somebody to make a motion, and then immediately call the question and move to a vote without discussion?
I've been advised it's in order. No. Yeah, I'm waiting for the.
Delegates even know what the amendment is, without even knowing. My motion should not be moved, it's not part of the election. My motion should not be moved. It's not part of the election.
You basically switched the nomination stuff first. I just understand here. Nominations are the first thing that you wish to be first.
Okay, is that okay with you? Okay. All right, we have a motion to amend the agenda, which is a motion to amend an amendment. No, I'm sorry. The first the amendment was ruled out, or motion was ruled out of order. So we have a motion on the floor to amend the motion for Mr. Ellison to adopt this amended agenda presented by myself. The version, if adopted as an amendment to the amendment, would be on the right of your screen in black, which means we will move forward with business to elect our candidates this morning, and this afternoon go into officer elections for the LEC. Okay, the question has been called and seconded. What we're voting on is an amendment to Mr. Ellison's amendment in order to... We're calling the question on the amendment. Okay, so we're voting on whether or not we should call the question. Does anybody oppose to calling the question? Okay, we have opposition. If you wish to call the question, please stand. If you're not paying attention, please pay attention. If you wish to vote to call the question, please stand up. If you do not wish to call the question, please sit down. Yeah. Okay, we obviously have an overwhelming majority, so we're going to call the question. So now what we're voting on is the amendment to the amendment, whether or not we should move the candidate election slate to the morning and the LEC officer elections to the afternoon. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. I'm going to go with the nays. Does anybody object? Okay, let's do a standing vote. Okay, all those that wish to approve this version of the agenda on the screen on your right in black, please stand.
Take it down again.
Okay, everybody's had ample opportunity to review it. We all know what we're voting on. Please stand if you approve. The question is, should we amend the amendment to adopt the alternate agenda by moving the election of our candidate slate to the morning and doing LEC officer elections in the afternoon? If that's what you want to do, stand. Okay, we only have 24, so please stand if you oppose. $25. The amendment fails. Okay, we're back to the amendment. We're back to the motion to amend the agenda by adopting, by substitution, the agenda that I submitted this morning. Do we have any? Okay. The question has been called and seconded. Is there any debate on the call to question? Okay. If you wish to call the question, please say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes. Okay, now we are voting on the, do we have an amendment or a motion to move to adopt this agenda?
I move to adopt the amended agenda, so I don't see that as an amendment. I see it's a main motion. It's amending the motion.
Any second?
Sorry, I was just clarifying that when I moved, I considered the approval of this substitute agenda as a main motion, not as an amendment, since there was not a current motion on the floor.
Second.
Okay, is there any debate? Okay, call the question has been called. If you wish to call the question, please say aye. Aye. If you oppose, say nay. Okay, we'll call the question. If you wish to adopt the agenda that is on the screen right now, please say aye. Aye. It's been, do you need to see it? Okay, well, it's been on the screen multiple times, so if you wish to adopt the agenda that has been shown 15 times this morning and sent to all the party members and handed out this morning by myself, please say aye. Aye. If you oppose, say nay. All right, that passes. We're moving on to approval of the adoption of the convention rules. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the convention rules that were sent in the packet yesterday afternoon? Has anyone not had an opportunity and wishes to do so? Okay, do we have a motion to adopt the convention rules that were supplied in the convention packet? Okay, any discussion? Andy Evans. Who made the motion? John Elgis? I got it. Yeah, thanks. John Elgis moved. Andy Evans seconded. Is that correct? You ready, Mr. Secretary? Okay. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? That passes. Okay, we move on to adoption of previous convention minutes. The previous convention minutes were also supplied in the convention packet that was distributed to the delegation yesterday afternoon. Do we have any motions related to that topic of business? Okay. So someone still needs to move, which,
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the June 2021 convention minutes as submitted.
do we have any debate?
June 26th is what I'm being told, 2021. It's definitely June.
That'll be the March.
Okay. Does anybody wish to, does anybody oppose calling the question? Okay, we are voting on Mr. Ellison's amendment to approve the meeting minutes from the June 2021 convention. I'm sorry, I'm misspeaking. We are voting on Mr. Ellison's motion to approve the convention minutes from the June 2021 convention. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, that passes.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the convention minutes from the convention dated March 13th, 2022.
Any discussion? Okay, any opposed to calling the question? All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, that passes. All right. The next item of a business is election of the first chair and affiliates director. Mr. Ellison?
Mr. Chair, I move to nominate Joe Brungart as the first vice chair and affiliates director of the Libertarian Party of Michigan.
Second.
Okay, is there any additional nominations? I accept. Is there any additional nominations? Okay, who would like to speak on the motion? Mr. Ellison, you have the right to speak on your motion first.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be brief. I think that Joe has proved to be an honorable person within the factional fighting that has overtaken our board over the last year. He's been one of the few neutral parties. He's always level-headed, he's principled, and I think he's very capable of doing this job.
Just a quick order of business. If you wish to speak, please start by stating your name and where you're a delegate from.
Kyle McCauley, delegate from Lapeer.
Chair recognizes Mr. McCauley.
So I just want to make sure for those who maybe don't necessarily quite understand the ramifications of this, by putting whether it is in fact ruled that Mr. Chatterton is second vice chair or he is in fact chair, putting Mr. Brumgart in first vice chair is very likely to put him eventually in the chair position should the vote of no confidence pass for Andrew Chatterton if he is in fact chair, or if he's still second vice chair, he's going to automatically go to chair essentially upon passing this. So just to be clear so everybody understands, and I'm in favor of that. So,
Can we get Jeff to bring us an updated delegates report, please? Does anybody else wish to speak?
I move to close nominations.
Does anybody oppose closing nominations? Okay, nominations are closed.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Ellison?
I move for this body to approve your appointment as first vice chair by acclamation.
Any debate? Okay. We'll vote on it. Jeff, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to give us updated numbers so we can make sure that we do this appropriately.
Greetings again. So we have an update. We have a few more folks that joined us. So we have 67 delegates. That means that we have 34 majority, 2/3 is 45, 7/8, 59. So a motion to accept this report. Moved and seconded. Okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So we'll call the question. All in favor of accepting the delegate report? All opposed? All right. Unanimous.
All right, we will now vote on Mr. Ellison's motion to accept by acclamation myself as the first vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, passes. Okay. Is that the case? Okay. Yeah, please, if you're speaking, please use the mics. Okay. We'll move on to a motion for a vote of no confidence in Chair Dave Canny has the floor.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Canny.
Beg your indulgence for a couple of minutes. I'm not the best speaker out there, but I'm going to give it my best shot here and try to be as brief as possible over the next few minutes. Whereas the Libertarian Party of Michigan Chair Andrew Chatterton, while serving as political director, failed to fulfill his fiduciary duty defined in the LPM bylaws as recruiting candidates for public office and helping them organize their campaigns. And as Mr. Chatterton delayed properly notifying the Secretary of State and the Bureau of Elections of the July 9th convention, which would have invalidated the slate of candidates, requiring former executive committee member to ensure that task was performed in lieu of his doing it. And whereas Mr. Chatterton has knowingly failed to provide notice to members and delegates of elections to fill executive committee vacancies at this July. Got it? All right. And whereas Mr. Chatterton has failed to foster a cooperative environment within the executive committee and has added tension to its operations by the introduction of sergeant-at-arms and threats of dismissal from meetings to fellow members of the board. And whereas Mr. Chatterton has consistently used bylaws and Robert's rules as a weapon against those who oppose him, rather than using them as a tool to facilitate cooperation, and also to use those rules to stifle the vote of this body of delegates. And whereas Mr. Chatterton has sought to retain legal counsel on behalf of the party without consultation of the board, in a manner that would give him unilateral control of the arrangement despite his direct conflict of interest. And whereas according with our bylaws, Article 3, Section 10, a motion of no confidence is the appropriate and most effective option to put the choice of party leadership in the hands of its members. I submit this motion of no confidence to remove Andrew Chatterton from the Libertarian Party of Michigan Executive Committee and the office of Chair for the LPM immediately upon passage of this motion requiring, as detailed in the bylaws, the elevation of the first vice chair to chair. Just a couple other points. Just even listening to the ramblings this morning of going on about the lawyer that came on board. I was at that meeting, and listening to the words of that attorney gets so twisted in this morning's comments and ignored as far as what that attorney recommended, suggested, and said that there's the obligation of this body of delegates is to make the determinations and elect the leadership of this party. And to have that totally ignored this morning was absolutely disgraceful. I've seen over the past couple of weeks numerous efforts to stifle any attempt to have a vote by the delegates of this convention, and I hope they'll support this measure.
Mr. Chair, Ryan Brennan, Wayne County Delegation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Brennan.
Point of information, were you appointed as the first vice chair?
Yes.
Would that make you the acting chair in this instance?
If this motion passes, it would make me the permanent chair of the Libertarian Party until next year.
So technically, Mr. Chatterton is the second vice chair.
No.
Okay. In that instance, I'd like to speak against this motion. We are currently treading unprecedented waters, and I do believe that Mr. Chatterton has done his best to tread it the best that he can. I do not support a vote of no confidence, though I would support a measure to elect officers as the body should have a say in. I would not support this vote of no confidence, however. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Any further discussion?
Kyle McCauley from Lapeer.
Chair recognizes Mr. McCauley.
I think there's some misunderstanding about what fiduciary duty means, because you do a vote of no confidence when a breach of fiduciary duty. There's kind of two points of view on fiduciary duty. One is that you do something that actually causes damages or harm. I think we all can fairly reasonably come to some terms that nothing has actually damaged or harmed our party, maybe yet, some would argue, for what Mr. Chatterton has done. However, you would also not have any qualms about firing your attorney if he's incompetent, or firing your accountant if he's doing a bad job and keeps having you pay extra taxes that you shouldn't pay. So this isn't a breach of fiduciary duty in the sense of, he could go to jail or something crazy like that. It's a breach of fiduciary duty in the fact that he's not exhibiting the best interests of the party in his actions. And so we're firing him. We're not calling an attorney against him, okay?
Any further discussion? Call the question has been called and seconded. Does anyone oppose calling the question? Okay, we will now be voting on the motion presented by Mr. Canny to put into effect a vote of no confidence in Andrew Chatterton as chair of the Michigan Libertarian Party. The effect of doing so would remove him from the board and put myself in as the chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. Okay. If you're voting yes for this, you're voting in favor of the no confidence motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, we're going to go to a standing vote. If you voted yes, please stand. Yes. If you vote no, please stand. 18 noes, that passes. All right, now we move on to an election of a new first vice chair. I'll open nominations for first vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg Stenfeld, delegate from Huron-Raisin this time. I rise to nominate Mike Saliba for first vice chair. Mike Saliba is the current chair of the Macomb affiliate. He resurrected that affiliate a number of years ago, and he is currently the dean of the LEC, being the longest serving member. Therefore, he has the most institutional knowledge of anyone on the board. Thank you.
Any other nominations?
I nominate Kyle McCauley for first vice chair. I've gotten to know Kyle over the past month or so. I believe he would be excellent as the first vice chair and for growing affiliates. He's got knowledge, he's got drive, and I think he'd be excellent in the job.
Any additional nominations? Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to nominate Noda.
Okay. As always, NOTA will be placed on every ballot for every election that we hold today. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Do you like to speak to nomination, do you like to, well, never mind, sorry, we have to close nominations first. Mr. Scotty?
Yeah, Mr. Bowman. Yeah, I would like to second the nomination of Mike Saliba.
Okay, so did we have a second for Mr. McCauley? Second. Do we have any additional nominations? Okay, does anybody wish to close nominations? Mr. Gelano's raised his hand.
Bill Gelano, delegate from West Michigan. Many of the folks in the room may not be familiar with the two candidates. I've not met one of them face to face. And I'm wondering if each of them might be given 1 minute just to introduce themselves so that we might be more familiar with who they are.
Okay, do we have a motion to close nominations? Okay, does anybody oppose closing nominations? Okay, since Mr. Saliba was nominated first, Mike, I'm going to give you 2 minutes unless anybody objects to that.
Hey everybody, I'm Mike Saliba. I first went door to door for the Libertarian Party with Nolan quizzes in the year 2000. I was 16 years old. I was not eligible to vote. I stayed with the party. I was aware of the 2006 National Convention that some of you might remember. That was a takeover of the party. It resulted in the Portland Massacre, a huge reduction in our platform. And there was a lot of people angry about that takeover of the party. A breakaway party called the Boston Tea Party of America was formed. When it was formed, we nominated in 2008 Charles Jay to run against the Libertarian candidate Bob Barr. And I joined that party. I became the state vice chair of that party. And I've learned a lesson. I know what it's like to see a takeover happen and to want to quit and to want to start over again, and it's not for me. I did form the Macomb affiliate in 2016, which is also the first year I ran for office. I quadrupled Gary Johnson in some precincts where I ran. I ran the affiliate in Macomb as an unofficial affiliate because there was already an actively recognized affiliate there. And I was able to maintain higher meeting numbers than them. I was able to organize us, get our bylaws, and make us the affiliate. So I know what it's like to build an affiliate. I've also seen that affiliate drop in numbers since COVID resulted in shutdowns. I know what doesn't work with the party. I became a dues-paying member in 2012. I became a lifetime member in 2020, and I am the longest-serving member of the LEC. I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. So I do think I'm not running to be the Mises person on the board. I'm not running to be the pro-Mises person on the board. I'm running to be the let's move forward and grow the party person on this board. And I want to do that with affiliates.
Thank you, Mr. Saliba. Mr. McCauley.
Hi, I'm probably the one that you've never met face-to-face before. One of the reasons, I guess there's really three reasons why I do think I would be a good fit for the first vice chair role. The first reason is because it dovetails a lot with what I do in my career. Part of the reason why I haven't been as active in the party, although I've been a member for many years in times past, is because I was busy growing a financial services company. I'm at a stage in my career where I have a lot of extra flexibility and time, and one of my job roles is actually consulting with other firms around the country to help them grow. I tell you that only to say that this sort of thing is in my wheelhouse. Growing affiliates is a lot like, in the same sense, you're trying to grow an organization, growing a business, very similar. So I think it's right in line with the work that I do. The second thing is that I have a pretty extensive knowledge of legal matters because of my business, and unfortunately, what Mr. Chatterton said earlier is absolutely correct. Our bylaws are in some difficulty, and I would like to be a part of the resolution to that and getting those bylaws in shape. Just for a little background, because of my personal business connections, I do know attorneys, unfortunately very well. Sorry, all of you attorneys, I love you all. In any case, I know some attorneys, did some private consulting, asked some favors, and yeah, we have some work to do just to true some things up. Okay, third one is that this is only a 9-month commitment. I do have a hobby farm. I have 3 kids. And I have a full-time business. So I can do anything for 9 months. I'm confident that you'll want to re-elect me in March of next year. I just don't know if I'll run by then. So I'll find out over the next 9 months.
Okay. Okay, let's go, Mr. Simple. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to vote. We're going to do this by secret ballot. So do we have any volunteers to pass out ballots? Claire, Steve, okay, thank you. Just take a third of the room each, please, since there's about 6 sections of tables.
Mr. Secretary, Mary Bazuma, West Michigan affiliate. Can we have the names of the candidates on the board, please, for those who would like to spell them correctly?
Please bring the ballots up to me. Those volunteers that were distributing ballots can collect them as well. If you're a delegate and have not received a ballot, please see me. Please have your delegate badge on as you hand your ballot in.
I was down here for a long time.
Mr. Chairman? I just had a question. In our effort to grow and improve our party, it's always been my view that some of these elections, if in our wisdom we manage to get an exact tie, could we ask Kyle and Mike to serve together and give them half a vote?
Okay, that's a joke. I just want to point out that NOTA is not on the screen, so if anybody's voting NOTA, please spell it N-O-T-A. To approve an amendment to the agenda first, which somebody can move to add development. I think so, right? It's not on the agenda. Okay, I want to. Are there any volunteers to help count votes? Bruce and Claire, can you guys please work with Larry? Okay. Guys, we're going to take a brief pause, not a recess. Please don't leave the room. We're going to take a brief pause because our lovely and handsome secretary is not in here right now, and I do not want this meeting to have any recording issues. While we're counting the votes, does anyone have any reports or announcements that they wish to make from an affiliate? We don't have committee reports on the agenda, so if anyone would like to speak to any committee reports, it's going to have to happen on a casual basis. This is not open floor, by the way. This is committee reports and affiliate reports.
My feeling on this is whatever.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Yes.
The updated agenda has been added to the folders that were emailed out last night to everyone, the Google Drive folders, Libertarian Party of Michigan Summer Convention.
Thank you, Mr. Nepomuceno. Okay, everybody please take your seats. Everyone please take your seats. If you want to have discussions, please go out in the hall. Okay. Okay, we're going to proceed with business if the secretary is ready. All right, I have the results of the election for first vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. The results are as follows. Mr. Mike Saliba, 29. Mr. Kyle McCulley, 22. Noda, 9. This election is illegitimate, 1. So that does not give us a majority. Mr. McCauley will now fall off of the ballot, and we will vote on Mr. Saliba and Noda.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Stimfel.
I move to vote for Mike Saliba by acclamation.
Okay, we have a motion that has called and seconded to vote for Mike Saliba by acclamation. Does anyone wish to debate this? Okay, is there any opposition to voting by acclamation? Okay, we will now vote for Mike versus Noda. Okay, if you wish to vote for Mike, please stand. Okay, please sit down. If you wish to vote for Noda, please stand. Okay. All right. Mike Saliba, you're the new first vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. I'd like to point out that except for the case of myself, since it was in the motion presented by Mr. Canny, the results of the rest of these elections will take effect upon adjournment of today's meeting. Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, I would like to nominate Andrew Chatterton for second vice chair.
We haven't gotten to that point of business yet, Scotty. Thank you, though. Where's Larry? Okay. We will move forward with our next item of business. Scotty, stand back up. All right, that order of business is election of a second vice chair and political director. I will now open nominations for second vice chair. Mr. Bowman has the floor.
Yeah, I wish to nominate Andrew Chatterton for second vice chair, and can I speak to my nomination?
After we close nominations.
Okay.
No, actually, it has to be seconded first, though. Okay, go ahead, Scotty.
Okay, first of all, he's been a very competent person and very helpful to this party up until this situation arose with the resignations followed by the convention. I think he just got in over his head, quite frankly. I believe that he could be a very competent second vice chair. He did try to organize candidate events. A lot of that did not get as much support as it should have. And he did make a big error in not notifying the Secretary of State, but I think he learned his lesson. I think this ordeal that he kind of found himself in the middle of, I think has made him more aware of the nuances of this party and how things need to work. And I think he learned from his experiences, and I think at this point those experiences would make him a strong and competent second vice chair.
Mr. Chatterton, do you accept?
Unfortunately, while I do appreciate the nomination and happily will continue to support those efforts, as it is my contention that these elections are not legitimate, I must decline the resignation or the nomination. But in light of the ongoing efforts of the party, I will still be supporting those efforts from not that position.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterton. Nominations are still open for second vice chair.
I would like to nominate Mary Bazuma, please.
Do we have a second? Okay, Mr. McCauley, do you wish to speak to your nomination?
I would. Yeah, Mary obviously has run for office many times, and so she has a very good amount of knowledge and background in what it takes to get that job done as political director. Obviously, she can use that knowledge to benefit other candidates. I think that having someone who has run for office, certainly especially in a more high-profile position like the governorship, brings a spotlight, and so she can also help share and give a lot of good feedback and advice to those who would seek to also run for office.
Ms. Bazuma, do you accept the nomination? I do. Okay. Nominations are still open.
Claire Delano, Wayne County.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jeleno from Wayne County.
I would like to nominate Kyle McCauley for second vice chair, Libertarian Party of Michigan.
Okay. Would you like to speak to the nomination?
I really don't know the young man, but I make all the conventions, and if he was willing to take first vice chair, I would like to nominate him for second because I think he's a upstanding, poised, and well-spoken individual, and I think he'd make a great representative for our party. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeleno. Mr. McCauley, do you accept?
I don't accept, but I thank you. I appreciate that. It's just, this is a little outside my wheelhouse. In forming the Lapeer affiliate, I read some political law. It's a nightmare, so I just don't have the experience for it yet. Thank you.
Okay, nominations are still open for second vice chair. Does anybody like to move to close nominations? Okay. Anyone opposed to closing nominations? Okay. We will now vote for second vice chair. Our candidates are Mary Bazuma and Noda. Mr. Elgas, could you please speak to the microphone or at least much louder so the secretary can hear you?
John Elgas from Livingston. I motion that we do this by acclamation.
Okay, we have a motion to vote by acclamation. Does anyone oppose? Okay, that motion passes. We will now vote by acclamation for Mary Bazuma versus Noda for second vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. If you wish to vote for Mary Bazuma, please stand now. Okay, please sit down. If you're voting for Noda, please stand. Great. Congratulations, Mary. You're the new second vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. All right. We're almost done with this, guys. Next item of business is going to be this is going to be difficult, so everybody please bear with us. Caucus by your outgoing U.S. congressional district congressional representative district. So, Larry, do we have signs for the old congressional districts, or just signs that have numbers on them that we can use 1 through 14?
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Yeah, actually, it might have been the same questions that was just asked. Are we caucusing by all districts or simply the select districts that currently have a vacancy in the district rep position?
We are only caucusing for the districts that are required to fill an open LEC seat. Okay, please give us 1 minute to figure this out. Okay. Does anyone oppose caucusing all 14 old congressional districts? Okay, we're going to do it. Yeah. Well, no, but they still have to caucus. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. So can I get some volunteers, please? Steve? John, can you volunteer? Yeah, that's fine. Connor? Okay. We need to spread these out. Okay, if you're from one of the congressional districts and you can grab a sign, that would be great. We need volunteers from each district.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bowman?
Yeah. Since we will also be nominating members to represent us in Congress by district, by congressional district, does that mean we will have 2 separate district caucuses?
It does, because the campaign or the elections for U.S. Congress in November will be for the new congressional district.
I just realized, yes, that's not the same.
Do we have anyone here from District 1 UP? Andrew? All right, everybody, please, all of the delegates, please find your district and caucus. At this time, I'm going to allow up to 20 minutes. So at 10:50, I'll need the results of the caucus turned in to me. Does anybody here lie in Old District 6? Old District 6. Anyone from District 6? Larry.
Nice.
Larry. Right here. Blue shirt. All right. I gotta go caucus too. All right, if we get done before 10:50, sit down when you're done so we can figure out if we can move forward before 10:50. Where's District 7? Again, if you guys are done caucusing, I do not want to discourage you from continuing your caucus, but if you are finished caucusing, please sit down so we can move forward with business. And get done with our statewide officials before lunch, that would be awesome. We have 6 more minutes to caucus. If you're still caucusing, you have 6 minutes. If you're not caucusing, will you please sit down so we can nominate our statewide candidates? All right. Oh, shit. Turn the screen. Yes. Hey, can we get somebody from maintenance to turn the screens off immediately, please? It's fucking smoking.
Fire alarm, turn off the screens.
I'll go get some.
It's all right. Daniel killed it. It's left over.
I didn't kill it.
No, I mean you stopped it from smoking. I didn't mean you're the one to do it. All right. As long as the All right, it's 10:50. Please make your way back to your seats. All right, it's 10:50. Caucusing's over. District 1, can somebody please let me know the results of your caucus? Call to order. Everyone, please sit down.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone, please sit down. If you want to talk, go out in the hall. Jess? Miss Fox? Mrs. Fox? Can we open the doors to outside so that the smell goes away? We're working on it, Scotty. Okay. Okay, so here's how this is going to work, guys. So even if you didn't need to fill a seat, just tell me the result that you didn't change anything and your representative is still your representative. District 1?
Hi, Andrew Anta, District 1. We didn't change anything. Ryan Roberts is still our chair. Or, you know what I'm talking about.
Thanks, Andrew. District 2?
Andrew Hall, District 2, no change.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. District 3?
Bill Hall from District 3, no change. Jordan Martin is still our representative.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. District 4? District 4? Okay. No changes to District 4. District 5? District 6?
Jason Brandenburg, District 6. We've nominated Raphael Wolf to be our representative. Elected him.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Wolf. If you could write that name down and submit it to the secretary. District 5? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Dave. District 6? District 7? District 7? Okay. Who had 7? Who's the rep, who is caucusing from 7? Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay. 8.
Well done.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Elgus. District 9? I believe Mr. Stimfel pointed out that anyone is welcome to break the nap if he did that, so just pointing that out. Greg Stimfel will be representing District 9. District 10?
We nominated and elected Calvin Cobb.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Keltz. District 11.
No changes. Bruce Jaquez is still the member.
Thank you, Mr. Jakeways. District 12.
For District 12, there's no change.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mule-Miller. 13.
District 13 does not have a candidate to seek the election, so it will remain vacant.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterton. District 14. Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Bowman. All right, chair recognizes Larry. Okay. This is going to require a 7/8. Okay. Okay, so what we're voting on, or what, we have a motion that's been seconded. The motion is to add Mr. Rhett Hamill from Wayne County to the Wayne County delegation today. Do we have any objection? Okay, there was no objection, so call the question was not seconded, so let's... Okay, we'll call the question. Okay, the question is, should Mr. Rhett Hamill be added to the Wayne County delegation? This requires 7/8 to pass. 7/8 right now is 59 votes. Okay. Right, that's true. Okay. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That seems like more than 7/8 to me. Does anyone disagree? Okay, Mr. Hamill is admitted to the delegation from Wayne County. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We've got 1 hour before lunch. We had slated 55 minutes for statewide candidate nominations. So we're going to go ahead and take up statewide candidate nominations right now. Okay, so we will start with the top of the ballot. Does anyone wish to move for opening nominations of governor?
So moved.
Okay. Second? Okay, I open nominations for the Libertarian Party of Michigan nomination for governor.
I nominate myself, Bruce Jakeways, for governor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jakeways. Do you wish to speak to your nomination? Just a quick procedural thing. We'll give folks a chance to speak to their nomination upon seconding of the nomination. Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Jakeways, you have the floor.
How much time do I have?
We have in our convention rules a 2-minute limit
Okay.
per topic.
Good.
Okay. We will wait to give speeches from the candidates until after nominations have closed. However, if a nomination has been made by someone other than the person nominating themselves, they can speak to their nomination at that time.
I'm good.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Bill Gelano, delegate from West Michigan. I rise to nominate one of the really true libertarian bright lights in our party, Mary Bazuma. Mary has been a member of the Libertarian Party for as long as anyone here can remember, not only in Michigan.
I believe that all candidates get 2 minutes regardless if they want to use that themselves or if they're nominated. I believe no speeches are in order at this time for nomination.
Okay, the ruling of the chair is that Mr. Gelano's speech is out of order at this time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gelano. Okay. Nominations are still open for governor. Yeah, it was seconded. Daniel, are you all right? You need anything clarified? Are you good? Do we have a second? Okay.
I'd like to nominate Evan Space for governor. I'm sorry, Carl Mintz, affiliate Oakland County Libertarian.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Greg Black.
Evan Space, right here. Evan Space, really good guy.
You're out of order. Please sit down. Nominations are still open for governor. Does anyone wish to move to close nominations? Do I have a second? Okay, does anyone object to closing nominations for governor? Okay, nominations for governor are closed. We're going to give the secretary a chance to put all the names on the board, including Noda this time. And do I have volunteers to pass out ballots? Claire, Steve, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Adam? Yeah, Greg. That's probably enough. Daniel, come on. Yep. All right, this is going to work the same way we did it for first vice chair. You get a ballot if you have a delegate ticket or a delegate sticker, and bring your ballot forward for collection by Ms. Gelano. Sorry, I volunteered you for that, Claire. Mr. McCauley? Okay, you're right. You guys act like it's not my first convention, jeez. All right, so we can still hand out the ballots. I don't think that's out of order. Once the ballots are all handed out, then we will open up the speeches. And I would like to give the first opportunity to the person that has been, to the nominee themselves. If that nominee wishes to hand over any portion of their 2 minutes to someone else, they can do so. The order of nomination was going to be mine. Okay, once the ballots are handed out, could everybody sit down? Okay, just a procedural thing, guys. There's no mic in this stand over here, so please use this one. Can we actually put that in the center of the room since it's the only one, please? All right, please don't vote. I screwed up because it's my first time here. And we should allow the nominees to speak prior to voting, please. All right, does anybody need a ballot? Any delegates still need a ballot? Okay. All right, what I will do is I will go in the order that nominations were made. So the order will be Mr. Jaquays, Mrs. Bazuma, Mr. McHugh, Mr. Space, and then Noda. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start the 2-minute timer as soon as the nominee starts speaking. If you wish to give your time over to somebody else, say that first, and I won't start the timer until they start speaking. I think that's a good idea. Bruce, on the podium.
We got like 30 seconds to kind of do the wrap up. Who's the official counter of time? Right, when you get about 15, just to kind of. Hello, my name is Bruce Jakeways. Everyone should have a little business card on their table. On the back of it is a QR code that goes to my website. I will be updating the website one way or the other after this vote. So if you want some information what I stand for is there, with some information, background information about me is there also. I've been a party member since 1996. My family has been living in Michigan since before the Civil War. I have lived most of my life in Michigan. I lived in Marlette. I've lived in Spring Arbor. I now currently live in the Commerce Walled Lake area. As governor, I think the biggest thing that, as a Libertarian governor, is the budget. That's how I will change things in the state, is by using the budget. I will just say, because also we have line item veto, so I'll be using that to force the Republicans and Democrats to come together, unfortunately. But I will not, that's how I will try to affect change, is by using the budget. And they will have to deal with me, we'll have to work together to use the budget, because basically they'll just say, I don't see that money in the budget. It's been, why am I running? Basically, I feel somebody has to, basically a year or so ago, nobody was running. So I said, somebody has to run. And so I said, me. And basically for my daughters and family, I want to show, hey, this is your dad doing something, because when you get older, you can do something also. Am I out of time? 15 seconds. But please look at my QR code. I spent money to a nice person to make my website look nice. And so, but it's also, I used a person, it was really good. So thank you very much. Please vote for me.
Ms. Bazuma, would you like to speak, or do you like to have somebody else speak for you?
I'm Mary Bazuma, and I'm from the affiliate of West Michigan. You all know that. I did run for governor before, and I would be extremely honored to be able to run as governor for the Libertarian Party once more. It's time. I know this morning has been difficult, but it's time for us to come together and to bring liberty to Michigan. Finally. That is what I want to do. I have a team in place. I want to poll high enough to get into the debate, if possible. We have a lot of cultural issues, but I think with liberty can overcome some of those. And that is what I want to do. Also, this is my last hurrah. I've run so many times, but it's hard, it's hard to be rejected all the time, but I'm willing to do this one more time. Anyway, but I really do believe that another voice is necessary. I don't see much from the other side. And I certainly am not seeing anything from Whitmer. And if you were mentioning the budget, $76 billion for 10 million people. Jesus.
I only have a few seconds, so I'm going to bring it right to the cut to the chase. Few people in our party have brought everyone together like Mary Bazuma. Her leadership skills are unmatched. As a 26-year veteran command officer in the United States Navy, she's assembled the skills and the savvy to make this work. I put my endorsement behind her, and I hope we all will.
All right, Mr. McHugh, you'll go next.
Liberty is clean air. Liberty is fresh water. Liberty is healthy organic food. Liberty is money that retains value over time, which is especially important right now, and is owned by the people. Liberty is a constitution that applies evenly to all people at all times by default and without exception. And instead of liberty right now, today, we have the opposite of that. We have an unaccountable central bank that has printed so much money in the last 2 years that the price of gas has gone from $2 to $5. That's not 2% inflation, that's nearly 200% inflation. In fact, we're all feeling it. 7 out of 10 Americans have said that we are struggling to maintain, to keep up with the cost of living. Gas is higher, housing is higher, groceries are higher. We're struggling it, people are feeling it. And neither party has anything to say about it. They don't have a solution. But we as libertarians, we do. We know that it's a banking issue. So let's end the Fed and go green instead at a state level by replacing the bank with a credit union that is clean, green, citizen-owned, and fully transparent so that we can get off of oil, out of oil wars, invest in renewables and organics, and split the profits with the people instead of with the banks. And you know what? While we're at it, let's pass a void for vagueness amendment to ensure that all laws are clear, objective, and easily understood by the average Michigander. Let's ensure that laws are general, equal, and certain so that we can eliminate favoritism in the law. And let's legalize cannabis, well, let's legalize guns, drugs, and sex between consenting adults. Because if it's not against the law, if you're not hurting anybody, it shouldn't be against the law. My name is Joe McHugh, candidate for governor. Appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McHugh. Okay, Mr. Space will be next. I'll give you 3 when you got 30 seconds.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, Libertarians. How are we all doing today? Excellent, excellent, excellent. My name is Evan Space, and I'm not your typical candidate you run into every day. I'm a newborn porcupine myself. I rolled in this morning with my Libertarian porcupine bus, planning for a campaign tour across the state of Michigan. You know what Michigan needs? It needs all you guys making these decisions here for the state of Michigan now. Time for us to go yellow. Time for us to make a change for Michigan once and for all. That's why I, Evan Space, a U.S. military veteran who has served in the Michigan Army National Guard for 8 years, did a deployment in Afghanistan, look forward to making a better tomorrow for the United States military in the state of Michigan, improving it. I also look to be able to eliminate the Michigan business tax. I want to get that to be gone. By getting that rid of, we can improve our economy and be able to make it stronger. I will put a 100-day audit forward with the transparency so we know where all of our funding is actually going once and for all. Don't you agree that our funding's not being spent the way it should be here in Michigan? I think so. That's why I want to be able to make this movement. I want to be able to make sure that the FOC and the DOC, two of the biggest programs, are actually restructured and they're actually taken care of. I want to make sure that our youngsters that we all have in the state of Michigan have a brighter tomorrow and a brighter future for everyone. That's why I'm not giving up. I've ran up against some of the biggest names right now in the state of Michigan. I've run up against Kelly, who is right now leading, and right now we'll be able to take on him and be able to make sure that his campaign doesn't succeed. I make sure that we make sure that Whitmer doesn't stay in office one more term. That is why I want to make sure that we have a better tomorrow with everything we got. I am pro-gun, I am pro-life, I am pro-marijuana, and I stand for everything that the principal values that the Libertarian Party has to offer today. That's why I want you to look at my website, spaceforgovernor.com, and rock it out with me and join my campaign team. Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Space. Does anyone wish to speak for NODA? Okay. All right, now we're going to vote. All right, everybody already has their ballots except for me. So fill out your ballots and bring them up to Claire. Okay, I'm going to explain how I want to do this while everyone is bringing their ballots forward. I want two delegates to count the votes together, and I would like to have one person nominated by each nominee to observe the counting. Okay, thank you. I got you, Claire.
Claire.
Test, test.
Okay, and I need to fill one out.
Here, I'll hold this.
Okay?
Okay, I will repeat what I said. Connor and who was the other volunteer? Okay. Andrew and Connor are going to count, and I have one person from each campaign watching the counting. Is that accurate? Who's observing from Ms. Bazuma? Okay. Who's observing from Mr. Space? Okay, you guys have a right to observe the voting. If you don't choose to take that right, I'm not going to stop the vote, the counting. Any votes? Any other votes?
Last call.
Any delegates not get a chance to vote? Okay, one more time. Connor and Andrew are going to count. One person from each campaign can observe the counting. Go ahead. Okay, we have an observer for NODA.
That's got to be expensive, though.
Yeah, that screen was action.
I mean, none of us touched anything. I was over there looking for the master kill power button.
I'm glad you turned it off fast.
I didn't. No, I didn't do anything. It popped.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something popped.
I thought you turned it
No,
off.
I was looking for a master off switch, and then I looked up and it was off. So and then looking on the wall, it's like there's no obvious switch. No, I didn't touch it.
Scramble for your computer. I'm like, oh fuck.
I was worried that there was going to be enough heat, probably unwarranted, given how far they are, but it was going to turn the sprinklers.
I knew what you were going for.
So yeah, I wanted to have something on my computer, so I got a couple seconds to grab it and bail out the fire exit.
Have our nominee for the Libertarian Party of Michigan's candidate for governor of the state of Michigan. I have a vote count of Mary Bazuma, 50, Bruce Jakeways, 5, Joe McHugh, 6, Evan Space, 7, Noda, 0. Congratulations, Ms. Bazuma. Okay, please excuse Daniel. He's been on his game the entire day.
These are in a different order.
Okay. Lieutenant Governor? Does anybody like to move to open nominations for Lieutenant Governor of the state of Michigan? Okay, we'll open nominations for Lieutenant Governor.
Mary Bazuma, your candidate for governor in 2022. Thank you. I nominate for my lieutenant governor, Brian Ellison.
Mr. Ellison, do you accept?
I do. Oh, Mary.
Okay, nominations for Lieutenant Governor are still open. Does anyone like to move to close nominations? Okay, motion to close nominations has been moved and seconded. Anybody oppose closing nominations for Lieutenant Governor? Okay, nominations are closed.
I'd like to move to vote by acclamation, if we could, please.
Okay, we have a motion to vote by acclamation that has been seconded. Does anybody oppose voting by acclamation? Andrew Hall. Who seconded? Okay.
I oppose voting for acclamation. Noda should be given a chance to speak.
Okay. Okay, we will now vote on whether or not we will vote by acclamation. If you wish to vote for Lieutenant Governor by acclamation, please say aye. Aye. If you oppose, say nay. Okay, that passes. We will vote by acclamation. Mr. Ellison, you have 2 minutes.
I want you to speak first.
Oh, okay. Oh. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak for my Lieutenant Governor. Brian is smart, articulate, not bad looking. But I think he would make an excellent Lieutenant Governor because on top of everything, we agree on things, and I trust him. And I know he would have my back. If I occasionally had a bad carton of potato salad, he would be able to fill in for me excellently. So I appreciate your support for my Lieutenant Governor candidate, Brian Ellison.
All right, thank you, Mary. Originally I had not seriously considered running for anything this cycle. I was content to sit this one out. But when Mary Bazuma asked you to be her Lieutenant Governor candidate, how do you turn that down? I'm honored to have been nominated. I think I can fill in great in a supporting role for Mary, understanding that this is her candidacy and I'm just there to support her. And with that, I would appreciate this body's support in supporting me and supporting Mary. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak on behalf of NODA? Okay. We're going to go to a vote then. The vote will be for our nomination for Lieutenant Governor. Candidates are Brian Ellison and NODA.
I move to have vote by acclamation.
We already did that.
Oh.
Thank you, Scotty. Yeah, okay. All right, so the question on the floor is, should Mr. Ellison be accepted as the Libertarian Party of Michigan's nominee for Lieutenant Governor? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, that passes. Congratulations, Mr. Ellison. Secretary of State. All right. Does anyone like to move to open nominations for Secretary of State? Okay, we are now opening nominations for Secretary of State.
I nominate Gregory Scott Stempfel.
Thank you, Scotty. All right. Any other nominations? Okay, thanks, Greg. Any other nominations? Okay, would anyone like to move to close nominations? Okay, does anybody oppose closing nominations? Okay, Mr. Hall is approaching.
Andrew Hall, Delegate, West Michigan. I would like to move to vote by acclamation again for this one, please.
Okay. Anybody opposed to voting by acclamation? Okay, we'll vote by acclamation. I'll give 2 minutes to Greg, and then anybody can speak for NODA for 2 minutes.
Hi, it was my pleasure to nominate Gregory Stempfel to this office. He has shown exceptional competence over the years. Since I first met him in, I don't know what year. It was in Lansing. We had a convention, a long time. And oh yes, we also went to Wayne State together, and we worked together. And to get on the student council, I got on that time. But what I'd really like to emphasize is that Greg knows the election law, and he knows it well. He knows it. In fact, I thought I knew it, and I had researched a lot, and then I forgot things, and I'll still call Greg up on the phone to check on things. He has gotten it right when the Secretary of State, who's in there right now, got it wrong, and he's been really one who can school the Secretary of State on how to do things right, but it'd be better if he just was the Secretary of State, and then we'd get things done right.
Thank you, everyone. I'm excited for this race. I plan to run an active campaign. This race is important because of the ballot order for political parties on moving forward were based on this race. So I want to come in a solid third place. First or second would be better, because I want our presidential candidate and our next governor to be listed third, the first person after the Democrats and Republicans. So anyone that doesn't want to vote for them will be their first choice. Again, I plan. One reason I like Secretary of State is it gets us the opportunity to talk about election reform. And I feel changing our elections is just as important as pushing libertarianism, because clearly we have a biased two-party system. So if you'd like to be involved in my campaign, I could certainly use help with social media, building a website, and some content. And if someone wants to be a treasurer, this would be a great opportunity to learn that aspect of Michigan election law. So I thank you for your support, and I'm excited about campaigning.
Would anyone like to speak for NODA? Okay, since we're voting by acclamation, we've already approved. All in favor of accepting Greg Stimfel as the Libertarian Party of Michigan's nominee for Secretary of State, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that passes. Congratulations, Greg. Okay. Do we have any other nominations for statewide office? Okay. All right, does anyone like to move to open nominations for Attorney General? Okay, nominations for Attorney General now are open.
Yeah, I just want to make a point of information. I don't know if everyone heard what Mr. Stemfel said. You do not need to be an attorney to run for Attorney General. And so if you're thinking of it and that's what's keeping you away from it,
Mr. Chairman, Bill Jeleno, delegate from West Michigan. Just a point of privilege. I wonder if I might just address this for about 30 seconds. This position is incredibly important for our party. You know, you think of so many rights issues. Our candidate 4 years ago established a baseline that was pretty substantial, a record for a third party in Michigan for Attorney General. I think it's really important for our credibility that we have this seat filled. You don't have to run a five-star campaign. It's really important to have that name on the ballot. And I know that there are many in this room that would assist anybody who's willing to step forward to do that. You don't have to be an attorney. You just need to be able to work with your team to get the party the recognition that it needs, that we care about this office.
Thank you, Mr. Jeleno. Mr. Allison.
I move to nominate Kyle McCauley as Attorney General.
Mr. McCauley? I will rule that that is in order. Mr. Jakeways?
No guts, no glory. I nominate myself for Attorney General.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jakeways. Okay, so now, Kyle, you have to make a decision because we have another nomination, unless somebody wishes to move to table this until...
Move to table this till after lunch.
Okay,
do one
we
more
have...
nomination?
Excuse me?
I'll jump in for the nomination if we can. Is there one more nomination?
Well, we have a motion to table on the floor that's been seconded, so that's been accepted by the body. Yeah.
Okay.
So the the motion that has been moved and seconded is to table this item of business, which is nominations for the Attorney General, until after lunch. So we will take this item up first after lunch if we approve this. Any discussion on that motion? Okay. Call the question has been called. Anybody opposed calling the question? Okay. Anybody opposed to the motion? Okay, that's tabled. Supreme Court? Okay. Would anybody like to move to open nominations for Supreme Court of the state of Michigan? Is there a second?
Does anyone know how many seats are open this term? Mr. Morgan, do you know? 1? 2? All right, there are 2 nominations.
Okay.
I am ready to make a nomination.
Go ahead, Bill.
As of course, we would look to the person who would know, and that is the person I choose to nominate. Carrie Morgan of Wayne County has been our nominee in this position in the past, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think you set the record with somewhere in the neighborhood of 600,000 votes. By far, the most votes of any candidate we've ever had in the state of Michigan. Kerry is now at a point in his career where he may be able to vote even more time, and with a little help, everybody in the state of Michigan will know his name.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay. Mr. Morgan, do you accept? Okay. Yeah. Okay, nominations are still open. We have 2 spots. Scotty?
I'm not sure if he's here to accept, but since there's 2 openings, for the second position, I wanted to nominate Robert Rodas, who had run before and had done a lot of research and was interested in the position strongly a couple of years ago. I don't know if he's present today or still interested.
I don't think he's eligible.
Oh.
I think he said last time that he wasn't eligible to run.
Oh, is it because of age?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, if he's not eligible, obviously it's a moot point.
Okay, I've been informed that nomination is or we can't accept it because he's ineligible. Any other nominations for Supreme Court of the state of Michigan? Do we have a motion to close nominations? Second? Okay. Anybody opposed to closing nominations? Okay, nominations are closed. Anyone opposed to voting by acclamation? Okay, we will vote by acclamation. So I will give Mr. Morgan 2 minutes to speak, and then I will give anyone 2 minutes that wants to speak on behalf of NODA.
Thank you. My name is Kerry Morgan. I'm an attorney. I'm seeking your nomination to the position of Justice of the Michigan Supreme Court. The court is pretty badly divided, 4-3-3-4. As you know, the judicial branch ought to be limiting the power of the other 2 branches, which it has essentially failed to do. The other 2 branches have run roughshod over the rights of everyone in this city, this state. Particularly our governor has exceeded her power, and the court finally did find she exceeded it with all of her lockdown orders. But that is something that is probably been challenged, and we need to make sure that we have candidates that respect the rule of law, can actually read the Constitution, and will respect the rights. Judges have to protect the rights of the people, particularly those stated in our Constitution, and not yield them to the power of the executive branch or the crushing of those rights by the legislative branch, or in this case, the funding of the suppression of rights by the legislative branch. I look forward to your nomination, and thank you very much.
Does anyone wish to speak on behalf of NODA? Okay, we'll now vote by acclamation. All those in favor of accepting Carrie Morgan as our nominee for the State of Michigan Supreme Court, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Congratulations, Mr. Morgan. All right, State Board of Education is next. Would anyone like to move to open nominations?
Second.
Okay, nominations for State Board of Education are open. Mr. Hall? Mr. Elgus.
Bill Hall from West Michigan. I nominate myself for State Board of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Okay, we do have two positions for nominees for this. Any other nominations? Anyone opposed? Please take the mic.
I actually would like to nominate myself. I am an elected Libertarian as a township trustee, but I looked it up last night, and the trustee role is not in conflict with this role. And I would just like to have two names on the ballot and
Okay.
represent us.
Could you please state your name for the audience?
Donna Gundel Krieg from Northern Michigan.
Gundel Creek?
Yep, Gundel Krieg.
Krieg.
Yep.
Got that, Daniel? Does it have to be second if they nominate themselves? Okay. Any other nominations? Anyone object to closing nominations? State Board of Education. Okay, nominations are closed. Anyone opposed to voting by acclamation? Okay, we'll vote by acclamation. I'll give Mr. Hall and Miss Gundel Krieg 2 minutes each.
My name is Bill Hall. I've run several times for this particular office, so I've got the background in order to do it again. I think this is a very important office for us to run a candidate in statewide, and I would urge others to consider running for these statewide educational boards because these are our ballot access races. This is what maintains our ballot access. As far as the Board of Education goes, we've had the spectacle the last couple of years of our public school system totally failing due to a governor who shut it down. And we need to have our voice on this issue because we've obviously children have been abandoned by the Republican and Democratic parties.
I just wanted to speak from here. My name is Donna Gundel Krieg again, and last year I beat a Democrat in a partisan race in Northern Michigan, and I have really, really loved, so I really worked hard on that campaign. It's a tiny town, but I knocked on doors and really feel that I'm pushing or teaching, educating my fellow board members. We've accomplished a lot. And as far as the State Board of Education, I do think we need representation, but I have a strong interest in schools of choice. I ended up homeschooling my kids. They both had full rides to college after homeschooling, and my son's a PhD at Notre Dame in computer science. So I'm a strong believer in school choice, and then my sisters are all union teachers, and they can't stand it. But so anyway, I would be happy to do the job, and I did look it up last night. It is not in conflict with my current role. I could hold two roles. because they're not at all related to each other. So,
Does anyone wish to speak for NODA? Okay, we already agreed to voting by acclamation. So if you wish to accept the two nominees, please say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say nay. All right, congratulations, Mr. Hall and Mrs. Gundel Krieg. All right, we're gonna do Michigan. Man, somebody must have ordered this that is a fan of somebody else first. We're gonna go with Michigan State Board of Trustees next. Oh, okay. Whoever got the license plate approved didn't follow that same policy. All right. Do I have a motion to open nominations for MSU Board of Trustees? Okay, nominations for MSU Board of Trustees are open. We have two. Who moved that? Okay, thank you, Daniel. Okay, nominations are open.
Yeah, just a point of personal privilege. I wanted to just emphasize the importance of having someone, at least one person, running for each of these college board positions, because these are often where we get our highest vote totals. I remember one year I actually had gotten the highest vote total of third-party candidate as a Wayne State Board of Governors, correct me if I'm wrong, candidate. And while Secretary of State determines our placement on the listing of the ballot, it should also be pointed out the highest vote earning candidate determines our ballot access at all. So if for something disastrous were to happen as far as our votes for our more visible candidates like Governor and Secretary of State and Attorney General and so on, we still would have almost certainly plenty of votes because we always get lots on these educational positions. So I urge somebody to step up and do it. I would do it myself, except that I'm already running for local office and I don't want to create lose my ballot access there.
Would anyone like to move to table him? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to table nominations of MSU Board of Trustees indefinitely. Right, John?
Until after lunch.
Okay. Can somebody move a amendment to table this until after Attorney General? Okay, Mr. Elgus has moved that amendment. Anyone opposed to that amendment? Okay, we're on the main motion. Anyone opposed to tabling until after Attorney General? Okay, we'll table that. All right. Unless somebody is opposed, it's 5 minutes until noon. I would like to recess 5 minutes early, but first we will give Jess Fox 5 minutes to make some announcements. And then we will pick up with our agenda exactly as it was adopted this morning, since the elections of statewide office is still on the agenda after lunch. Okay, so with no objection, that's what we're gonna do. Go ahead, Jess. So right now we are in recess until 1:30.
Hello, everyone. A couple of quick announcements just to make you aware. Those of you that have lunch today, make sure you have your wristband either on or with you. Any color wristband will get you into lunch, and we will have people at the door checking that, so please make sure you have them with you or on you. That will start at noon, so please make your way down there if you are having lunch today. At 12:45, my phone's ringing in my ear. At 12:45 today, we do have a panel discussion taking place back here in the ballroom, so everyone is welcome to join us for that. If you do not have a wristband, if you did not get a lunch ticket, there are tons of great places right downtown Holland to eat. New Holland Brewing is right across the street. If you just want something quick and cheap, there's a Jimmy John's. Crest 54 has pizza by the slice, and there are plenty of other options right downtown within a block or two as well. If you have any questions about that, just come see me. I'll tell you some good places. A couple final things. We are doing candidate photos. If you are a candidate, if you are an affiliate board member, if you're an LEC board member, we will be doing professional headshots for you today. That is going to be during the lunch hour. Ben is going to be doing those, although he does need to eat, so bear with him on that. So he will go ahead, Ben, go eat. They're ready for you. So around 12:15, 12:20, we will get everybody started on photos, and quickening up here. Do I have a minute? Two more things. We have a silent auction going on. That is for seats tonight at the banquet with our special guests. So those forms are out on the table. They're right outside the door. Feel free to fill those out at any given time, and we will announce that at the end of business today. We are doing a 50-50 raffle as well. That's $2 each ticket, $5 for 3 or 10 for 8. And Larry has those tickets. He'll be walking around at lunch and the rest of the day today. So please buy some tickets. And that is all I have. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy your recess today, and we'll see you back here later on.
Okay, we also have, did you mention the panel? Did you mention the panel? You did? Okay. Okay, yeah. The panel starts at 12:45. Mike Saliba will lead that. And then announcements from the convention committee will be at 1:25. I will call to order promptly at 1:30. Please be back at 1:30. Test. Okay. Big hand for our panel, please. Another round of applause for Mike Saliba, our first vice chair after today. Okay, what time is it? All right, so we are on convention announcements right now. Jess had some stuff to say, but she's not in the room, so I'm going to let Greg say some things first.
All right, as your Secretary of State candidate, let me talk to you about the candidate paperwork. If you received a nomination today for a state office or federal office, you will need to fill out 2 forms today. One is the affidavit of identity. This is the form that needs to be notarized. I am a notary, Mary Bazuma is a notary, and Mr. Gelano is a notary. So fill these out and bring them to one of us. Don't sign it because we have to observe you signing it. Some common questions are the election date is November 8th, 2022. No, I don't have any more. It's the other form I have questions on. Pardon? Oh, yes. On here are a list. One of these items talks about these, how you met our qualification, and you will say that you are filling out a certificate of party nomination or certificate of acceptance, which is this other form. It's 1 page, and it just says that you basically accept our nomination. When you have your paperwork done, please deliver it to the desk where Mary is at. That paperwork will be delivered to the appropriate election officials. The third thing you need to fill out is something called a statement of organization. If you are a county or local candidate, we have a paper form for you. This is due 10 days after you receive the nomination, which would be today. So 10 days after today, you have to file this. If you are a state level candidate, there is no paper form. It is an electronic form. The electronic form is hard to find. You just can't Google it. But if you search for a statement of organization, you will get the county form, and up in the corner of the county form is a link to the state form. I will also send the link out to all of our candidates after we submit the paperwork. And you have 10 days to do that. Otherwise, you will start to get fined. On the statement of organization is a checkbox called the reporting waiver. If you plan to spend less than $1,000 on your campaign, check that box, and then you will not have to file any more campaign finance reporting. If you fail to check that box and check the other one that says you are planning on spending more than $1,000, then you are expected to turn in campaign finance paperwork, and then if you don't, you will also get fined. So if you're not sure if you're going to spend more than $1,000, check it anyway, because you can always amend your statement. For any of the county chairs who are taking paperwork to their county clerks on Monday, we will have letters drafted, unless you already have one. It's called a certificate of nomination. That's where you list all the candidates that were nominated in your county. So anyone who crosses county lines, like all of the congressional districts, except I think the one in Detroit, will file in Lansing. All the others will file within their county. And I had one more thing, but I don't remember. Any questions about the paperwork today? Oh, if you're a federal candidate, you do not have to file a statement of organization. It's only for state and local candidates. However, if you run for Congress, I would encourage you to file with the FEC anyway, even if you don't plan to spend much money, because media outlets and other organizations often use the FEC's website to find the list of candidates to interview or send questionnaires to. So I encourage everyone to do that. James, you had a question. There aren't any. It's exclusively an online form now. There are no, that's a requirement now. But for counties, it is paper, but for state, it's electronic. And Mr. McHugh, you had a question, I believe?
Just wondering if we had the computer support to complete all the necessary paperwork here today before we leave.
You can certainly file the statement of organization on your phone or on your computer, but that's not something we would do. That's something the candidate has to do. And it only takes a couple minutes. Some common questions on there are, it wants you to list a bank. You have to list a bank even if you don't plan on spending money. So I just usually list my own. I am opening up an actual account, so I'll be listing that. So any questions, feel free to ask me, Bill Gelano, or Mary, and we'll have everything available over there. All right, Mr. Brungart, you have the floor. Who does? Oh, Scotty.
What constitutes a state candidate running for state rep or state senate in a district that is bounded by a single county?
If you're running for state rep or state senate and it is within an entire county, which is more the populated counties tend to have that paperwork will get filed with your county clerk. Only districts that cross county lines will go to Lansing. And Bill stood up. Right. Yeah, statement of organizations don't get, it's just a form online. It doesn't really get filed anywhere.
All right, let me take over. Thank you, Greg. All right. It's 1:33. I'm 3 minutes late. So I call to order the business meeting again, and I'm going to yield the next 2 minutes to our convention committee chair.
All right. Very briefly, just a quick reminder, silent auction forms are out there. Ask Larry about the Larry special on the 50/50 raffle tickets. He'll hook you up with that. And the last thing is, there are some of us that have been chatting about educational freedom and some different education options. And we are going to be meeting at 5 o'clock-ish down in room 148, 150. So that's going to be down this hall, the opposite side from where lunch and everything was, down to the left. So if you're interested in that, please join us. We're just going to kind of have a chat about that and talk about some different options for education. So that's it.
All right, thank you, Jess. Okay, really quickly, before we forget to do this, will everybody that's in the convention committee please stand, and if they're not in the hall, please, or in the ballroom, please have them come in real quick. Daniel, stand up. Craig, Jess, Larry. Who else was on the committee? Steve. Andrew, Ben. Okay. I wasn't on the committee, but I did join a few of the meetings towards the end, and these guys are freaking amazing. I mean, look at this thing we have put together here. Even with all of the BS that us delegates put them through, they still put this together, and it's turned out pretty well. So thank you guys, and especially Jess. She's done quite a bit of work, so round of applause one more time. Okay, Mr. Patel, can we get a credentials report, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. An update to the credentials. Delegate count is 68, so we lost one, and that brings a majority at 35, 2/3 46, and 7/8 60. So move to accept the report as presented. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, passed.
Okay, so what we've got to do is we have tabled the nomination for Attorney General. Then we will pick up from MSU Board of Trustees and go down to U of M Board of Regents, and then Wayne State Board of Governors. After that, the agenda will pick back up. As it's noted, so we'll caucus by your new U.S. congressional district, so that's pretty obvious. You guys can select somebody to run for U.S. Congress, U.S. House of Representatives. And then we caucus by affiliate, so that'll be all of the houses that we would nominate via affiliate, or all of the, offices, and then state offices for the legislature. So if anybody is on the edge of nominating yourself or accepting a nomination, maybe think about those things beforehand. And if you have questions, you guys have seen who are all the people that have run before and know and have the advice, so just ask one of them. Go ahead, Larry.
I just have a point of information for all the folks that may be considering running for office. For state rep, state senate, and federal rep, we have signs made up, so you can just hold it up and ask everybody in your district to come to you for your nominations. If you end up all by yourself, that means you're self-nominating. So I'll have the signs available, so if you want to run for one of those three, just come get your sign. And when we get ready to do the caucuses, like I said, you just hold it up. The people who live in your district are the ones who get to vote on that. I also would like to make a motion to remove AG nominations from the table.
I'm sorry? Oh.
Attorney General, yes, to bring it from the table into being an active motion again.
Okay, so moved and seconded, or it's moved and seconded. So we have a motion to end nominations for, to pick up from the table nominations for Attorney General. Any opposition to that? I'm sorry.
You got it.
After lunch, I'm stalling out here, guys. Any objection to taking that business back up off the table? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chatterton?
I move to nominate Mr. Greg Black for Attorney General.
Okay. Do you accept, Greg? Okay. Mr. Gelano? Were you done, Andrew?
Greg Black.
Yeah.
Did you accept? I didn't-
Yeah. Mr. Gelano?
I rise to nominate Joe McHugh.
Okay. Okay, thanks. For everybody that just didn't hear that, Greg's, if he's nominated for Attorney General, he'll withdraw his wish to be nominated for State House. Bruce?
I withdraw my nomination for Attorney General because I'll probably just run for a U of M Regent then.
Okay, I think it's already with the body, so is there any objection to allowing Mr. Jakeways to withdraw his acceptance of nomination? Okay, thank you, Bruce.
Hi, I'm Lainey Nix. I'm from Genesee County in Flint, and I'm seconding the nomination for Joe McHugh. And can I say a word about him?
So the way we've been doing things so far, Joe gets 2 minutes, and if he wants to yield that to you, he can.
Okay.
All right?
Fair
so
enough.
we'll get around to it in a few minutes, Lainey.
Fair enough.
Any further nominations for Attorney General? All right. Okay. Any opposite, or I'm sorry, does anyone object to closing nominations for Attorney General? All right, we're closing nominations for Attorney General. Okay, do we have the list of nominations on the board? The board's not on fire, at least. All right, so we'll just do it the same way we have been doing it in the morning. Each candidate will get 2 minutes to speak to their nomination. If they wish to yield any of that 2 minutes to someone else, they may. It will go in order of the nominations from first to last. I think Mr. Black is first.
I'm Greg Black. I've lived in central Michigan most of my life, and I think it's time to bring transparency to government. We've seen what's happened the last 4 years, and it's been a disaster. So I think I want to throw my name in the hat and try to make the state a better place.
Does anybody wish to speak for the rest of the minute and 45 seconds for Greg? All right, thanks. Thanks, Greg. Okay, Joe?
I first want to congratulate Mary on winning the nomination for governor. I think you're going to do an excellent job, and it's clear that the people know and trust you. And so thank you very much. I look forward to working with you on your campaign. Okay. Thank you for the nomination also from Bill and for Laney. Some of you don't know, don't know me, so let me introduce myself. Joe McHugh, I'm a Marine Corps officer, and I have pledged my life to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. I'm not an attorney, but I'm willing to die for the rights of the individual. And because of that oath that we take as a Marine Corps officer and in the armed forces, I took it upon myself to actually read the Constitution, which most of us in this room have done, but I don't know that we can say the same for most elected officials, right? So my interpretation of the Constitution is this. The First Amendment is free thought, speech, action, and association. Right? The Second Amendment is the right to defend yourself in the manner that you see fit, which is especially important when we're being forced to have vaccines and masks and everything else. It's our choice. We get to choose. The Third Amendment is not yet recognized by the Supreme Court, and it's the right to privacy. We didn't quarter people and quarter soldiers in the house because for no random reason. We did it because they were used to spy on the American people at the time. So the Third Amendment was about privacy. Fourth Amendment is about self-sovereignty. Fifth Amendment is due process, which means we understand the right, we understand the law and the penalty for breaking it. And the Sixth Amendment right is this right to a speedy trial. These are important, and I don't think that they're being recognized right now. So this is the best impromptu speech I got for you. If you'd like to have somebody go to bat and knock down every single law that violates the rights of the individual and cause as much hell as possible, vote for me. I'm your guy.
Nominated Joe. If anybody noticed, and a lot of you in the room, of course, understand that the Libertarian Party is maize and blue. And so anybody who's willing to endorse an MSU grad, that says a lot. And I really appreciate his presentation and his earlier nomination, and I think it's really important that this race be run. No comment on Mr. Black, who I don't know, but I'm sure is a great guy too.
Thank you, Mr. Jono. Okay, does anybody wish to speak on behalf of none of the above? Noda. Okay. So, does anybody want to volunteer to hand out ballots? Leah, I don't know. Claire, I don't know your name, I'm sorry. But yes, Ginger, feel free to help. Daniel, okay, we just need a few. All right, so same process. Ballots get handed out to delegates and then bring them up, and Claire will collect them. Okay, can I get 2 volunteers to count ballots? Andrew? I voted, yeah. Mike, can you help count ballots since you're standing right there? Okay, Larry says you guys aren't spending enough money on the 50/50s, so you guys got to pull out your frickin' wallets and spend some money. Do we take debit?
I do not have the ability to do that.
Yeah, no?
We do not have the ability to do that.
We do not.
But we do have the Larry Can't Do Math special, which is 6 tickets for $5.
I'm guessing if somebody were to check Google Maps, there's probably an ATM within walking distance. Are there any missing ballots? Does anybody still need to turn their ballot in? Okay, we're good.
If someone buys an X-Head watch, I'll buy a 10. Okay.
Capitalism at its finest. Mike said if anybody buys one of his watches, he will buy 10 tickets right now. You get a watch at face value, and you also get Mike to donate some money to the party.
Thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. Hold on. No, you're good.
So, if you,
Larry, I'll take 10 if you have change for
After me, you will.
Test. Larry, who's spent the most so far?
Whatever 20 gives me is.
congratulations, Chair.
Oh, what's that? Thank you.
That Randy?
I don't know if the mic should spray.
Larry, how long are you collecting this? Just for now? Because if I can't get the cash, there's really a question of how long it's going to be, but I need to stay for the state senate stuff, so. Yeah, I guess I'm going to. Tiffany, I'm going to ask him. What's that? Tiffany.
You didn't get your opportunity.
I didn't run last time. It was the first time.
Greg? You spoke for like 15 seconds there. It's okay. Oh, for Joe? Yeah.
Well, actually, I found out later it was no way up. I found out later. All right, there was no way up. When I realized I want to be on the board. Yes. Yes. When's the drawing, Larry?
He speaks to the white collar, he speaks to the blue collar, and he speaks to the hippie collar.
At the end of business.
That is awesome.
Everybody stay.
Hello. What's on? Half the time it's been off. So while y'all are talking amongst yourselves, I'm going to entertain you with something. I'm going to tell you what I wanted to say about Joe McHugh. So I looked over and I noticed when he first was nominated for something that he's wearing sandals with a suit. And I said, any guy who's a free thinker like that and confident enough to wear sandals with a suit has got to be considered for something. Then the man got up here and started speaking. He's focused, he's clear, he's poised. And that's the face of libertarianism that needs to be out there, not people wondering who we are because of some kind of craziness that's going on. And I just think he's like a good package. I think he speaks to the white collars, I think he speaks to the blue collars, and I think he speaks to the hippie collars. Yay.
All right.
Independence of all people wearing sandals. I mean, it is summertime, right?
Yeah.
Push up high.
All right. The results are in. We have for Mr. Greg Black, 21 votes. For Mr. Joe McHugh, 37 votes. For Noda, 1 and 4 distinct write-ins. Congratulations, Mr. Joe McHugh, on being our nominee for Attorney General. Thank you guys for stepping up and running. Okay. Okay, if no one objects, we're going to pick up from the table the item of business to resume nominations for MSU Board of Trustees. Hearing no objection, we'll reopen nominations for MSU Board of Trustees. Any nominations? You got that, Dan?
Did you say MSU? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm a little hard of hearing. I'm kidding. Most of the time when I get up here and I nominate people, it's because I've known them a little while and I've come to respect them. This person I want to nominate for Michigan State Board of Trustees, I've known longer than I've known any other person that's still alive, and it's my much, much older sister, Claire Gelano. Not only is she a graduate of that other university, but she's a super, super smart lady. She helped teach me to read, and I really do think the world of her. I think you all know that she'll help out in any way she can. And this would be her first run for office, and I think she'll do a great job for us.
Can we get a second? Okay. Any further nominations? Okay. All right, we have a motion that's been seconded to close nominations. Does anyone object to closing nominations? Okay, nominations are closed. We will move to a vote on this. We need to pass out ballots. Did we put two? Yeah. Yeah, there are 2 openings. Okay. Okay. All in favor of voting by acclamation, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, we'll vote by acclamation. Okay, so would either nominee like to speak to their nomination? Max gets to go first, Claire, if he wants to. Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Hello? I know, I should go up front. My name is Claire Anna, also known as Claire Gelano, And I'm lucky to be the older sister, not that much older than my illustrious brother Bill, who I just did teach him to read. I'm 5 years older, only 5. I did graduate from MSU. I won't tell you what year. And my brother went to Michigan. You know, his eyes are blue, mine are green, and that's just the way it is. So I'd like to thank him for this nomination, and I look forward to this opportunity to finally do something more than just go to meetings. I was kind of listening to what Scotty said, and we need to fill all the slots. And when Donna got up and nominated herself, Donna Gundel-Craig, and she's already doing much more than I've ever done. So I thought, why not? This is my turn to step up. So thank you.
Okay, my main, I have 2 reasons running for Michigan State University trustee or region. Haven't figured that out yet. One, I'm against mandates, all mandates, okay? I'm not vaccinated. If you want to be vaccinated, that is your choice, okay? But don't mandate that I be mandated to be vaccinated. A good friend of mine tried to shame me to be vaccinated because I wasn't in the groove, okay? Well, that's one of the libertarians. I'm definitely not in the groove, all right? And Michigan State University, other universities, they mandate that our young people there, boys and girls, you know, male and females, you know, be vaccinated in order to attend school. If you get into Michigan State, that's a biggie, all right? I mean, that's huge. But you got to be vaccinated. The second reason is my son is in his second year. He spent 1.5 years online at Michigan State University. This fall, he goes in to be a second-year student with, I forget how many credits, 1.5 years worth, but he has to be vaccinated to be on campus. And I worked hard, he worked hard to be on campus, accepted to Michigan State University. He's a physics engineering major, the Russian minor, 3.7 average, and they mandate that he take the vaccination twice, all right? It changes your DNA. Again, if you want to be vaccinated, great. If you want to be everything else, great. Okay, I'm cut off, but, you know, don't come to me. Anyway, I'm sorry, okay? But, you know, I guess in some things I'm too much a libertarian. Also, stop the freaking wars.
Okay. Yeah, say whatever you guys want up here. I don't care, but just limit it to 2 minutes. All right. Okay, so we're voting by acclamation. So, we don't need to speak to NOTA, do we? Does anybody wish to speak to NOTA?
If none of the above gets elected, you leave it to the Republicans and Democrats to choose.
All right, thanks, Joe. Okay, all those in favor of accepting Claire Gelano and Max, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, I'm sorry. Rixie? Okay. Are they on the board, Daniel? Be nice if there was a screen facing my way. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. All right, it passes. Thank you, guys. All right, U of M Board of Regents. It's MSU Board of Trustees, by the way, in case you wanted that for filling out your paperwork. And so next, we're going to, any objection to opening nominations for U of M Board of Regents? Okay, nominations are open.
Eric Larson, nominate myself.
Thank you, Eric.
Greg Cresswell of Wayne County. I would like to nominate James Hutler for U of M Board of Regents.
Bruce Jakeways of the Oakland County affiliate. I nominate myself for the U of M Regent.
Any further nominations? Okay. Any objection to closing nominations? Okay. Nominations are closed. So we have 2 spots, right? Okay. And 3 nominees. So we will vote on this one. So same deal, 2 minutes per nominee. And then if anybody wants to speak to NOTA, and then we'll vote. Who is first? Oh, yeah, Eric.
Hi, I'm Eric Larson. I'm a physician anesthesiologist in Grand Rapids. I've run for UM Board of Regents a number of times. I'm a graduate, grabbed my BSc at University of Michigan in nuclear engineering. I went to University of Iowa for med school. I was actually on campus back in the 90s and worked for the Libertarian magazine, the Michigan Review, where we fought the speech code as it came into place. And I actually run all my campaigns for Regent, where I've run against the speech code and for free speech for students, because I think it's important that if you're being challenged by, ideas in the real world, that you should face those first when you're a student, when you have the most resources and access to people who have a lot of knowledge. And so I think it's very important for young people to have the ability to exercise free speech. And so that's always been a campaign issue. I have a daughter now that I'm got a lot of gray hair, and she's actually at University of Michigan. My youngest son wants to go there eventually. And I've seen what's happened with COVID, and it's been a disaster. And as a physician, I understand the medicine, I understand a lot of the science of this stuff, and it's been a lot of just nonsensical mandates, problems. It's caused lots of mental health issues. It's caused all sorts of disruption on campuses and for education. And so those things need to end. And so there are still crazy things that they're trying to push through, and not only just in Michigan, but all the other universities in the state of Michigan. And so that's what I want to talk about as well. And so those are the main focuses of the campaign. So I appreciate your support. Thanks.
James, do you want to speak?
Really need to get exercise getting up here. I'm one of the founders of the party. I think I'm probably the only one in the room left, or the last one alive. Anyway. And I want to congratulate, it was less acrimony today than I thought there was going to be. So I think it's kind of, oh, well, I'll cut that out. U of M is one of the highest funded public universities in the whole country. They're just rolling in dough. They bought the last in-city lumber company, Fingerly Lumber. They bought that over like last year. And so every time they buy a business like that out, it takes that property off the tax roll, so the property taxes go up. And few people can live in Ann Arbor anymore. There's a few libertarians left, but not many. And because the property taxes are so high, it's hard to own a house there. So, so I think UM should stop taking money out of cut their funding, make them pay, use their endowment. The other thing that's really absurd on campus, we usually go, I didn't make it this year, but we helped sponsor the Hash Bash on campus, April 1st, or April Fool's Day. And you can smoke marijuana on campus during that Hash Bash, but you can't smoke cigarettes. So I think that's, and U of M still censors stuff. But, okay, that's it. There's still censorship on campus too, so you got to stop that too. So.
Bruce, do you want to say anything?
Hello. I graduated from the University of Michigan in 1983 with a bachelor's in film and video. I was using a black and white reel-to-reel camera. They used all of my tuition money to buy those new fancy cassette cameras. One thing I've seen since I've graduated, they have, it's not, I mean, it was, U of M was kind of liberal, I guess, even back then, but it has changed a lot. I mean, they're letting, like say, to me, one thing is like Schembechler and all the evil that he did while he was there. I think it's something that, I'm not sure if the regents have any control over that, but I think Schembechler's statute should come down. I think the money, I say for me, budgets is always the way to affect change. Because if you go to them and go, hey, change this, they're like, oh, we don't want to change. Well, how about if we cut your budget? And they'll grab them by the balls and their minds will follow. And that's the way I kind of feel that way. I think they've changed a lot since I've been there. And the mandates and everything else, I don't know how I would have reacted if I had to go through that, like these kids have to do today. And so that, I hope you would vote for me. I am an actual graduate of U of M.
Does anybody wish to speak for NOTA? Okay, I will speak to a procedural aspect. Do not vote for any person combined with NOTA. That will invalidate your ballot. If you want to vote for NOTA, you can only vote for NOTA. Otherwise, vote as you see for the other nominees. Okay, some volunteers to pass it.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, are we voting for two, or is this approval voting where we can vote for all three?
No, we only have 2 people that we can put on the. Oh.
Brian Ellison, delegate from Huron-Raisin. I make a motion to do approval voting, where we would be allowed to vote for as many of the candidates as we approve of, and the top 2 vote getters who have the majority would be on the ballot.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I'd like to amend that slightly, just that you can vote for 1 or 2, and that as soon as 2 get a majority, they would pass.
All right, we're going to have to put this in writing.
Because you can vote for up to 2. I mean, that's pretty much how it works in the regular.
This is approval voting, so my motion was that you can vote for as many as you want. So in this case, we have 3 on the ballot, so you can vote for all 3 of them.
I'm amending that. That's why I was suggesting it.
Are you withdrawing your?
No, I'm actually not. I'm wondering if there's a second for my amendment. Okay. Well.
I think those are inconsistent with each other. So Greg Stemfel, delegate from Huron-Raisin. As I understand approval voting, you can vote for as many candidates that are on the ballot, and those that get the most approval, provided it's a majority, get elected. So all 3 could get more than majority, but the top 2 would. Scotty's motion, I'm unsure. He said only voting for 2, but that would be how we had done the previous voting, that would not be approval voting. And
Okay.
as one of the person counting the ballots, I believe approval voting would go quicker from a ballot counting perspective.
Okay, Scotty, I'm ruling your motion to amend out of order because it changes the entire motion that Mr. Ellison put forward. However, feel free to speak against Mr. Ellison's motion right now.
I have a point of order.
Mr. Chatterton.
Mr. Ellison's motion is out of order. Our convention rules that were adopted today say on Rule 10.g, voting shall be done on a single ballot if ballots are used. Each delegate may vote for up to as many candidates that are eligible to be nominated.
Thanks, Andrew. Okay. Okay, the point is well taken. Mr. Ellison's motion is out of order. Okay, so that brings us back to procedure. So we're going to hand out one ballot. You can vote for as many up to 2 candidates on that one ballot. But still don't vote for Noda and any other nominee. Just vote for Noda or as many, up to 2 nominees. Yeah. All right, you guys are already volunteering. I don't even have to ask.
My amendment was basically speaking against Brian's motion. So my amendment really was.
Yeah, Daniel, when you have a second, can you put the names on the board? Okay, I have the results and we have 2 winners. The results are, we had 65 ballots total. The results are Mr. Eric Larson, 54 votes, Mr. James Hudler, 40 votes, Mr. Bruce Jakeways, 25 votes, 1 for Noda and 1 for Max Rixey. I'm going to learn that before the end of the day. Okay, so congratulations to Mr. Larson and Mr. Hudler. All right, next order of business, like I said, U.S. House of Representatives districts. Wait, what? Oh, shoot. Dang it! All right.
Board of Governors.
All right, I stand corrected. Okay. Wayne State University Board of Governors. Okay, let's open nominations.
I'd like to nominate Bruce again. He's run a couple times, and he definitely wants to be on the ballot, so I would like Bruce to represent us this November in some fashion.
Any other nominations? Bruce, where are you at? Do you accept? Okay. Any other nominations?
How many spots do we have?
2.
We need another person.
Does anyone object to closing nominations? Okay, nominations are closed. Does anyone object to voting by acclamation? Okay. Bruce, would you like to speak?
I do have a connection to Wayne State. My daughter graduated from Wayne State, and actually I think it was at her graduation ceremony I probably caught COVID, or before it was COVID, I had double pneumonia, and I went to the doctor and they said, well, if this doesn't, all these shots don't work, then go to the hospital. But it was before COVID, it was cool. At Wayne State, I would try to do my best to keep the various speech freedoms that people have, so conservatives can be conservatives, and to use the budget to keep them honest to their budget, and try to get money away from the big two and get more money for Wayne State so they can build a better stadium and stuff. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody wish to speak for NODA? Okay. All right, we're voting by acclamation. All those in favor of, I'm sorry. All those in favor of Mr. Bruce Jakeways as the Wayne State Board of Governors nominee, or I'm sorry, nominee, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, congrats, Bruce. Thanks for fighting out all the elections and getting on the ballot, man. All right, now we're gonna do that thing I tried to do and you all told me I was wrong. Okay, so U.S. congressional districts, we will caucus by your new U.S. House of Representatives district. So if at least one person from each district, that's 13 total this time, could come grab your sign and stand in an area of the room where you are noticeable. There you go. Okay, so we have 20 minutes slated for this, so at 2:50 we'll be done. 6, 7. Yeah. What do you mean criteria? 3, 5, 9, 12. It's your U.S. rep, Daniel. I need somebody from 5, 9, 12, and 13.
I'm lucky 13.
5, 12, 5 and 12, please. Yeah. So, Mr. Bowman just pointed out you do not need to live in the district that you wish to run for if you wish to run. Okay, so like I said, at 2:50, I will ask for any nominees as a result of the caucus. I need somebody from 12 still. Is anybody's new district 12? Does anybody want to run for 12?
For anyone who was defeated in their district but would like to be a candidate for District 6, the new District 6, we do not currently have a candidate but would be happy to consider any self-nominations in our district. So we are right over there. District 11 is where? No, in this room. District 11 over here, Southern Oakland, and District 6, Washtenaw and surrounding area over there. And 13 here with Scotty, all need candidates. And 5, and 1. I'm getting the feeling we're not going to be as successful as I'd hoped. Oh, you too? Oh, okay, so District 12 also needs one. You can run in District 12 against Rashida Tlaib. Who in this room wishes to run against Rashida Tlaib? Come on. You can possibly get on the debate stage with a member of the squad. Oh, but you're already running, I'm afraid, Joe. And I believe in 6, we it's Debbie Dingle, we said. So you could, those are 2 great opponents to take on. You're guaranteed to have fun. Oh, and 13 can run against Sri Thanadar, who says protesting mandates constitutes right-wing militia activity. So that's 13.
Hey, folks, I wonder if I could just have your attention for just a minute or two. You know, we're all, we managed to put together a pretty good convention here. Attention, everybody? So, one of the things that for a lot of the newer folks I want to just bring up that's important, I've been the political director a couple times for the party, and I can tell you that it's a lot of work, but it's also very rewarding when you're able to look at that ballot. I want to call on Mr. Hudler if I could. Was it probably 10 or 15 consecutive cycles that we ran a candidate in every congressional district? Yeah, so we have a history in Michigan of being one of the most involved political teams. We punch way above our weight class in the national party. And so this is a point of pride. So I guess I want to make an appeal to folks who are in districts that have a candidate for Congress. Congress is unique. It is not a requirement that you live in that district, but it can be very helpful in spreading the gospel of liberty if you're willing to allow your name to be put on the ballot in one of those other districts. I understand there's 3 or 4 that are looking for somebody. So if you've not run for office before, this is really not hard, but it does a great service to the party. Is there anybody who's not attached to a race right now that might be willing to run in one of these districts? Hey. Oh, I saw your hand go up. I saw your hand go up. All right, you got to rev them up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, has anybody seen Evan Space? He had such a passionate speech for running for governor today. I was wondering if he'd like to run for Congress now. Yeah, if somebody wants to try and grab him and see if he's interested, we have a few races open. He's got a campaign set up. Okay, for the districts that have elected your nominee, go ahead and see Daniel whenever you have the results. All right, what districts are still open again? One more time. 12, 6, 1. No, we got somebody for 1, right? 12, 13, and 6 are definitely open still. No. 11 is still open, apparently. Nobody? Okay, if nobody volunteers, then that's...
We will gladly collect these so we can use them next year.
So for the signs for the new districts, please turn them in and don't mark on them. We want to reuse them next year. We were all inspired by the environmentalist speeches during the panel, and we want to help participate in that.
Come door knocking? Oh, yeah.
Is that ours?
What are those?
Test, test. Where's District 11? Okay, it's almost 2:50. Please turn in the results of your caucus. Got it? All right, I'm going to start naming off districts, and if somebody from that district or the secretary could tell us the results. District 1? Did we get anybody to run in District 1? Oh, yeah, we did. For District 1, they nominated Andrew Gale. For District 2, Mr. Nathan Hewer. District 3?
I got it.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Jamie Lewis for District 3.
All right. Thanks, Jamie. All right. Do we have anybody from District 4?
Lawrence Winky. Lawrence Winky.
Lawrence Winky. District 5.
Norm Peterson.
Really? Okay, Norm Peterson. All right, what about District 6? Did we get anybody? Where was District 6? Who had it? Okay. There's nobody willing to accept a nomination for District 6? I got it. All right. I think District 6 is going to go unnominated then. District 7? Leah Daly. District 8, did we nominate anybody? Dave Canny. I know, Mike's running too. District 9?
District 9 nominates Jake Keltz.
Jake Keltz, all right. Way to step up, Jake. District 10?
District 10 has voted to defund politicians and just say no to Congress and has affirmed that you are the revolution by nominating Mike Saliba for United States House of Representatives.
Hey!
Point of personal privilege. For everyone filling out your congressional paperwork, please list the office title as representative in Congress.
Thank you, Greg. District 11, do we have a nominee? Evan? Yeah, Evan Space. All right. District 12? No nominee for District 12? Going once? Okay, thanks. 13? Scotty, are you speaking for 13?
If you want, may I make a motion that we leave we table nominations for District 13 until close of business? Because we still haven't found anyone yet.
So immediately preceding adjournment?
Yeah, something like that. I guess we can't go any later, so that would be it.
Okay.
Please? No?
Any objections? Okay, we'll table nominations for U.S. Congressional District 13 until immediately prior to adjournment on the agenda. All right, well, we already passed it, but yeah, somebody can move to do it for the rest of the open districts, I guess. Okay. Any objections to tabling nomination for the as of yet unfilled U.S. congressional districts? All right, we'll do that. All right, just going to give it a minute for our secretary to catch up. He's gotten hit up all at once. You're good? Okay. All right, now we will, do we have signs for affiliates? Mr. Johnson? Larry? Do we have signs for affiliates? Okay. Everybody find your affiliate and go caucus with them. We've got 20 minutes for that, so we're 5 minutes behind schedule, so if we can be done with that at, oh, we're way behind schedule actually. All right, I'll give you guys 20 minutes.
Wayne County.
Wayne County. Okay, I'll give you a statement right now.
All right, let me clarify what we're supposed to do. When you're caucusing with your affiliate, you guys can now nominate any offices that are completely contained within the county or affiliate that you're involved with, besides U.S. congressional district, because we already did that. So, even if it's a state legislature, if it's completely contained within your affiliate, you can nominate that office now, and we may not need the time for those offices if we don't need to. Test. All right, we're running a little bit behind schedule. Try to encourage your fellow affiliate members to run for something and sit down when you guys are done caucusing, please.
I would like to, if they're just out there
If they're
talking.
caucusing, I'll let you know.
Yeah, if they're caucusing, don't interrupt them.
Are we live streaming? Okay. Okay, anybody that's done caucusing, make sure you see our fundraising folks. Larry is still selling 50/50 tickets. We're going to cut that off right around a time of adjournment. We're going to announce the winner for that right after we adjourn. Leah and Mike Saliba have their table of fundraising items over there, and there's these amazing tax this something stickers over there that I think are really fun, and I just bought some. So everybody make sure you go over there. Those are donations to Oakland and Macomb affiliates, I believe. All right, it's a 5-minute warning. We've had 15 minutes to caucus by affiliate. We set 20 minutes aside. We have now 4 minutes left. At 3:15, we're going to reconvene and move on to the next item of business. If you're done caucusing, please write down on a piece of paper any nominations you're making from your affiliate and be prepared to turn that in to the secretary.
So nothing really.
Okay, one more time for anybody that was still caucusing. At 3:15, please close the caucus from your affiliate. Write down any nominations that are being made from your affiliate and turn those into the secretary, and we'll make the announcements as we get them. It's 3:14 right now, so one more minute. Okay, we're done caucusing by affiliate, so like I said, please write down the nominations and turn them into the secretary if you haven't already done so. Turn those into the chair on a piece of paper. We're going to move on to the next item of business, and as the chair is recording the affiliate level nominations, we'll announce them once they get recorded. Okay, do we have any need to nominate anyone seeking office within the Michigan House of Representatives? Okay. Would anyone like to move opening nominations for Michigan House of Representatives? Right, if you were not nominated by your affiliate only. If you've already been nominated by your affiliate, you don't need to be nominated again. Okay. Okay. Nominations for Michigan House of Representatives are now open. We only have one mic now. Mr. Chatterton?
I was informed by Mr. Corey Dean of the Northern Michigan affiliate that one Courtney Evans wishes to seek the party's nomination for State Representative 103rd District.
Third District?
103rd District. I think it's Grand Traverse.
Okay. Got it. Any other nominations for Michigan House of Representatives?
Southwest Michigan nominates Raphael Wolf for District 41 State House.
Okay. Daniel, I'm recording these ones just so you know. You can keep going with the affiliates if you want. Oh, are you done with affiliates? Okay.
Hi, I'm Gregory Cresswell, and I'm self-nominating myself for State Rep District 12.
Can you spell your last name?
Sure. C as in cat, Reswell. Gregory Cresswell,
For which one?
State Rep District 12.
Any other nominations for State House? Okay, we'll announce it in a second. Okay, I'm gonna leave State House nominations open while I announce the nominees from the affiliate caucuses. Okay, the Southwest Michigan affiliate has nominated Raphael Wolf for State House Rep 41 District. The Northern Michigan Straits area and UP, is it all one affiliate? I thought UP's separate. Wouldn't we need to do that here? Northern Michigan Straits and UP, you guys, can you come to the podium for clarification, please?
That's consistent with what Corey asked for these two.
Yeah, so I took it back to the caucus and talked over.
Okay, but these, so these were done within the county level, or within the affiliate area?
Scott Parkham was the district.
Scott is unaffiliated, but the first two, I think, were Northwest. But they don't have anyone here, so yes, it was done previous to convention, with them forwarding on.
Okay, so we're just announcing this, we're not voting on it.
No, correct. Yeah, none of these should be voted on.
Okay. Courtney Evans was nominated for 103rd District State Rep. Zachary Dean was nominated for 37th District State Senate. Scott Parkham was nominated for Alpena County Commissioner, 1st District. We need, but we don't need to vote on them yet?
No, these are Western Michigan, West Michigan affiliates.
Got it. Okay, the unaffiliated areas nominated Greg Black for Michigan House District 92. And the Wayne County affiliate has nominated Joseph LeBlanc for sheriff and Daniel Wokey for Commissioner of District 9. And Lowell Gannett for County Commissioner District 2. 4. Huron Raisin has nominated Mark King for mayor of Ypsilanti. Okay, moving on to West Michigan. Okay, West Michigan has nominated Theo Petzold for State Senate 30th District. Jessica Fox for State Senate 31st District. Jay Jalot for State Senate 33rd District. Alexander Avery, State Representative, 83rd District. Marv Bolthouse for State Representative, 88th District. And Greg Palmer II as State Representative, 85th District. Okay, we will now take back up any nominations for State House that have not already been announced. Right now, we have one unapproved unvoted nomination for Greg Cresswell, State House District 12. We'll vote on that in a second. Any other nominations for State House? Any objection to closing nominations? Okay, nominations are closed. Any objection to voting by acclamation for Greg Cresswell, State House District 12? Okay, we'll vote by acclamation. All those in favor of Greg Cresswell being nominated for State House District 12, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, congrats, Greg. Okay. We're going to open nominations for Michigan State Senate. Anybody that has not already been announced for nominations? Go ahead, John. Okay, John Elgis is nominating himself for District 22 State Senate. Any other nominations for State Senate? Any any objection to closing nominations for State Senate? Okay, nominations are closed. Is there any objection to voting by acclamation for John Elgis? What district? For State Senate. Okay, we'll vote by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Congrats, John. Okay, it's 3:30. We're 15 minutes behind. We're moving on to endorsements for nonpartisan candidates and other nominations.
I would like to nominate Scotty Bowman for endorsement for, what is it called again?
Community Advisory Council, District 4, Detroit.
For Community Advisory Council, District 4 in Detroit. Scotty was on that board 2 years ago, and he is seeking re-election.
Any other nominations?
Oh, no, this would be a one isolated thing.
Okay.
And then so Scotty speak to it, and then we'll vote on it.
Okay. Speak to your nomination, Scotty.
Okay, well, I've been an active libertarian since 1988 when I voted for Ron Paul in the presidential election. I was a organizer of various causes related to a lot of peace and freedom causes back at college before that. Run for many offices, and at some point it's had some of the highest vote totals statewide. And I've been active in Detroit most recently, and I have been a visible candidate for Board of Police Commissioners and fought for accountability in policing and against mistreatment of civilians. I have got elected to the Community Advisory Council after actually petitioning, walking my whole district and knocking on doors to get signatures to create the Community Advisory Council. Got elected to it in 2020, served in 2021, but because it was a city office that goes with our elections that are always the year after presidential years, it came up again. I ran for something else, but only 4 people ran for the 5 positions, and so there's still a vacancy on the Community Advisory Council. I'm already balloted. I got my signatures to get on the ballot. They skipped the primary because I'm the only one who handed in enough signatures. So I'll be the only name on the ballot. And I'm seeking your endorsement because I want to be recognized as an elected libertarian if and hopefully when this happens. And so I appreciate your endorsement, if I get one.
Any objection to voting for Scotty Bowman for Community Advisory Board District 4 by acclamation? Okay, we're voting by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, that passes. Thanks, Scotty. Okay, nominations. Nominations to endorse or nonpartisan candidates.
Carl Mintz, I'm running for school board in Farmington Public Schools.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Do you wish to speak to your wish to be nominated?
Yes, I'm sorry, I want to nominate myself, yes.
Okay, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, sure. 2 minutes, right? Or
Yep.
less?
Go ahead, whenever you're
Okay. So I'm running for school board in Farmington Public Schools because I've had enough of what's been going on in the school system. I've had enough with the forced mandates. Kids should not be masking. I've had enough with forced vaccines on kids. Another thing I'm really tired of is this crap with this critical race theory. Okay, this stuff is fake. The stuff they're teaching is reverse discrimination. It's straight up BS, yep. And I want to get there and I want to stop all of it. I'm going to do what I can. If I can't get certain things stopped or passed, then I'm going to go protest with the parents and stand out there. I got to pay taxes to this city. I'm so sick. I don't even like where I live anymore. Basically, I'm paying into a system that's failing. I'm going to do what I can to change the system and get these kids learning learning math, reading, arithmetic, and not tying into this racist BS. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak on that? Okay. Any objection to voting by acclamation for Carl Mintz for Farmington Public School? I'm sorry, this would be an endorsement by the Libertarian Party of Michigan for Carl Mintz running for Farmington Public School. No objection to voting by acclamation? Okay. We will vote by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that passes. Okay, nominations remain open to receive an endorsement for any nonpartisan office or any other nomination we haven't covered so far. Do I hear a move to close nominations? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, time for resolutions has passed. We'll now move on. What? Go. Yeah. Chair recognizes Mike Saliba.
Hi, Mike Saliba, Macomb County. I would like to consider the following resolution. We, the Libertarian Party of Michigan, voice our agreement with Dr. Ron Paul when he says, racism is simply an ugly form of collectivism. And we second his statement that, to the contrary, our philosophy of individualism is the most radical challenge to racism ever posed.
Do you wish to speak in favor of your resolution?
Yes. The Libertarian Party has now proclaimed it itself the home of the Ron Paul revolution. As you can see, I feel myself to be part of the continuation of the Ron Paul revolution. And I would like to quote Ron Paul publicly on this issue.
Okay, that resolution has been proposed and seconded. Does anybody wish to speak in opposition? Any further discussion? Any objection to calling the question? Okay, the question will be called. I'm going to read this aloud as the secretary types it up. We, the Libertarian Party of Michigan, voice our agreement with Dr. Ron Paul when he says, quote, racism is simply an ugly form of collectionism, end quote. And second his statement that, quote, to the contrary, our philosophy of individualism is the most radical challenge to racism ever posed, end quote. Okay. We will need a 2/3 majority to pass this. Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Awesome. Any other resolutions? Okay, we're moving on to open floor. Mr. McCauley, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to put forward the motion as previously read earlier, and I assume the secretary can simply put it back on the screen for everyone to read.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley. Daniel, whenever you get a chance, if you could put that. Yeah. Do you wish to speak about the motion, Brian?
I do, Mr. Chair. While we're waiting for the text to be displayed, what I'd like to say is that I had a question for members. I'm a member, for those of you that don't know me, I'm on the executive committee. And it was actually my motion that put the meeting and discussion into an executive session, which sealed it in secrecy. The reason why I did it at the time is because we were dealing with an attorney and we had some legal questions that were at the time unknown to everybody on the board with the exception of the interim chair. And so when I made the motion, it was in good faith. It wasn't an effort to keep secrecy from the body. After the meeting, there is nothing that we discussed about with that attorney that puts the party in jeopardy. And so I fully support this motion to lift the veil of secrecy and release the recording of the meeting.
We're in open floor. Any other discussion? Okay, any objection to calling the question? Okay, what we are voting on is a motion to release the meeting recording from July 5th in executive session with Attorney Eric Doster, as worded on the screen. This is a simple majority approval. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, cool. Mr. Chatterday?
So in dealing with the investigation over the handling of these recent resignations, the parliamentarian services were retained using the discretionary budget of the chair. While the parliamentarian went above and beyond the billed hours, his efforts are slightly exceeding the discretionary budget of the chair that was available. So in addition to the payment that would be given on the basis of that discretionary budget, I would like to make a motion to authorize the party to utilize earmarked donations that will be given specifically for the purpose of covering the difference of what was available from the discretionary spending to be put forth to make the complete payment from the party for the 2.5 hours of work billed by the parliamentarian that we consulted. So essentially, whatever is available from the discretionary budget would be applied, and then whatever difference, I will solicit earmarked donations to the party to cover that difference, and would like the authorization to have the party make the payment for that complete amount, assuming sufficient earmarked donations are collected.
Do you have a second? Okay. All right, the motion that has been moved and seconded is to collect earmarked donations to cover the time spent by a retained parliamentarian in excess of the, give Dan a second to catch up, and me.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
1 second, Kyle. Okay. I guess go ahead.
Do we know how much this is?
The total bill, so it was 2.5 hours at 110 an hour. So can't do math right now, I'm a little tired. Sounds about right, 275. The discretionary budget available was authorized as $250 in our budget at the beginning of January, and there was an expenditure from that by Tim Yao for some items at the convention, I think a little over $100. So I don't know the specific amount available, but whatever is left of that would be applied, and then the difference would be required to be raised in the earmarked donations.
Okay. Before engaging...
Point of information, the chair's discretionary fund is actually only 150 in accordance with the approved budget?
It doesn't change the motion.
Okay. We're still, the chair is still putting the motion on the screen. Okay, the motion that has been moved and seconded is that earmarked donations to cover time spent by the retained parliamentarian in the recent weeks in excess of the chair discretionary fund to be utilized for the purpose of payment of the remaining $275 owed thereto, with the understanding that Andrew Chatterton plans to solicit such donations to cover this expense. Mr. Chatterton, I believe you already had an opportunity to speak to the motion. Do you want anything else? Nope. Okay. Does anybody wish to debate?
I'd like to speak against it. So whatever parliamentarian was consulted, this was strictly for the benefit of Mr. Chatterton. None of the information from the parliamentarian was shared directly with anybody on the committee or anybody else within the party, as far as I'm aware. I believe that this expenditure should be the full responsibility of Andrew, and if he is going to solicit earmarked donations, he can solicit them for himself.
I would like to speak in response to the false information that was given by the previous speaker. The chair is authorized to act on behalf of the party in between meetings and in absence of the orders of the executive committee, and was within order to authorize through the discretionary spending. And
Order. Call the order.
within-
Hold on a second, guys. Stop. Okay.
This is a bill that was incurred.
Orders
on
of the
behalf
day have been
party.
called,
This is a bill
which
incurred on
means
behalf
that
of
we
the
are
party.
now going on to adjournment.
This motion is on the table and should be handled when calling.
Orders of the day has been called.
Orders of the day does not supersede business on the table. Business on the table should be dispatched and immediately calling questions and go to a vote and then close.
This is on the floor. Once it's on the floor, it's
This is an expense that was incurred by the party. This expense is the responsibility of the party. And it was,
called the question twice. Yes, thank you.
questions called based on.
Question has been called. Okay, all those in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, question has been called. We will now vote on the motion on the screen.
This motion has no cost to the party. It will be passing along funds that are raised for the department.
All right, stop talking, both of you guys. Okay, the motion is on the screen. All those in favor say aye. Yeah, I've already read it, but I'll read it again. Andrew, the motion that's on the floor that we are now voting on is Andrew Chatterton moves that earmarked donations to cover time spent by the retained parliamentarian in recent weeks in excess of the chair discretionary fund be utilized for the purpose of payment of the remaining $275 owed thereto, with the understanding that Andrew plans to solicit such donations to cover this expense. Okay, we're gonna vote. We're gonna do a standing vote. Steve, you're out of order. Sit down. All those in favor, please stand. $32 in favor. All those opposed? $13 opposed. The motion passes. Orders of the day are to adjourn. Do we have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? We are adjourned. Okay, let's do the 50-50 raffle. Okay, Okay, everybody sit down for a second and listen, please. All of the candidates that have been nominated need to come up front after the 50-50 and any other announcements and work with the secretary and Ms. Bazuma and whoever else is up here to get your paperwork properly filled out.
Speakers are in here.
I just want to let people know, we collected $372. That makes the prize $186. And we will have a number drawn now. No, it's not.
Don't mess this up. What?
And
Wait, I have two.
you have two.
Which one do I take?
Put them both back in and draw again. Try and get only one this time. One? All right. Ticket number is 767-1366.
Don't put it back in there.
1366. Oh, there's the man. There you go. You got it. All right.
You should have let that go. No, you're screwing over the party because it's going to fall on the party now. It's going to fall on the party now to pay for it because he's not going to allow it to happen.
All right. Where's Jess? Do we need to clear this room, or is where Jess, the speakers are going to be in here, right? Okay. Where's the other room that we have to do business?
Perfect. So if you go out this hall and down to the left, it's 148, 150. There's a sign.
Okay. Daniel, we're going to room 148, 150 to do candidate paperwork. Candidates, nominees, we're going to room 148, 150 to do candidate paperwork. The speakers will be in here starting at 4:15, so you've got a 5-minute break.